Good morning and welcome to the second part of our Leading the Digital Decade event. My name is Carla Fitoiu and I will be hosting some of the sessions today on the Digital Europe program. So, if you're interested in anything from, let's say, the Common European Data Spaces, AI testing and experimentation facilities, the Cloud Federation, digital health, advanced digital skills, or even how to write your own proposal for the Digital Euro program, then you're definitely in the right place. So make sure you stick around for the rest of the day. We start the sessions today with one on data for the EU. As we already know, data is such an important and essential resource to our world. It can help with innovation, with job creation, and also more broadly with societal progress. Data-driven applications used by citizens and businesses alike can bring many, many benefits to our society. Therefore, the European data strategy has a main aim to create a genuine single market for data, and through the Digital European program, this will be supported to make sure that European common data spaces are fully functional, and this will happen through a common support center. But let's find out more about this in the next videos.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the session dedicated to data for EU. I am Federico Milani. In this session, I'm going to present how the Commission intends to support the development of common European data spaces and how we are going to fund it through the Digital Europe program. Nobody can deny the importance of data for Europe's economy, competitiveness, and growth. Access to and sharing of data is a key element for boosting data-driven innovation from the medical field to organizing transport in our cities and fighting climate change, and for developing artificial intelligence in the EU. Our society is generating a huge wave of industrial and public data. We are talking about an amount that is expected to double every 2 years. These numbers leave no doubt that Europe has everything to play and that the data economy will be a driver for job creation and for a smooth recovery of economic activities in Europe. Europe should fully reap the benefits of the second wave of data, that is that one of the industrial data. To make this possible, we need to provide European players with clear governing framework and develop suitable European infrastructure allowing the storage, the use, and the creation of database applications. We need to ensure that companies and individuals have more control over the data they produce and that they trust that the data will be shared and used lawfully. Access to data is crucial to ensure competition and to create new business opportunities for both smaller and larger firms. Companies need more standards and clear rules on how data transfer should take place. This also requires investment in new technologies and infrastructure so that data is the basis for future innovative products, services, and improved efficiency. The European Strategy for Data, published in February 2020, aims to create a genuine single market for data, where data flows between sectors and countries and where high-quality data is available. This will boost growth for innovation and will create value. With the data strategy, the Commission announced a number of initiatives to support and foster the creation of such a single market for data. The first action we announced is the launch of a high-impact project that will support the creation of a European cloud infrastructure and the rollout of common European data spaces. The project will be the basis for providing secure cloud services to European businesses and operations, in which their data can be stored and processed. Such infrastructure will be also used for the creation of sectoral data spaces where data can be shared and reused in a trustful manner. But what is a data space? The common European data spaces are a conceptual framework where data sharing becomes easier. Each data space has to put in place governance mechanisms and the technical architecture that will allow the sharing of data across sectors and member states. The data spaces shall function together as a federated architecture of decentralized systems created in order to share data in a trusted and secure way. Sharing in this context also means trading data. Data will be shared only with the consent of the data provider and only for specific purposes. This is why the participants will have to agree upon and comply with a unified set of agreements in all dimensions: functional, technical, operational, legal, and economic. The design of a European data space should respect the following principles. A data provider, which can be an individual or an organization, will have full control over the personal data or economic data goods that it has made accessible for use. Entry to data spaces is open to all actors that comply with its rules. Every actor is also free to leave the data spaces subject to a reasonable exit plan. New entrants shall not face major barriers to entry due to, for example, monopolistic situation. All stakeholders in a data space shall be represented and engaged in the governance of the data space. And the data spaces and the sharing of data within the space shall be cyber secure by design and according to EU law and values. To achieve that, you will find in the work program a number of actions that will support the development of cloud-to-edge services, including a marketplace that will assure the availability of a technical infrastructure for the deployment of data spaces. Secondly, the action that will support the creation of a data space support center with the ambitious objective of identifying common services, standards, and assuring the interoperability and the federation of the different data infrastructure being developed. And finally, grants and/or coordination and support actions to promote the creation of sectoral data spaces. I will not describe in detail the topics related to the cloud-to-edge infrastructure because they have a dedicated session. I would just like to remind here that one of their objectives is to offer a technical infrastructure that will host common data spaces supported by the program. A clear example would be the deployment of a new online marketplace for cloud and edge services. It will serve as a single point of access, offering a catalog of trusted and curated services that comply with predefined EU rules and requirements. The second action that I would like to present here is the creation of a data space support center. The objective is to coordinate the relevant initiatives on sectorial data spaces and make available technologies, processes, standards, and tools that will allow the reuse of data across sectors by the public organizations and European businesses, notably SMEs. The first phase of the support center will focus on the creation of a community of practice in the field of data sharing. We want to make sure that all interested parties, service providers, data providers, and data users will have a place to develop architecture and technical data governance frameworks, both at a sector or domain level, and for cross-sector data use. Identify the common services that are essential for the creation of the sectorial data spaces, and define specification, taking into account existing work carried out at European level as building blocks such as the EID, e-delivery, and the context broker, or services like the e-translation offered by the European Commission. We want also that they identify common standards, including semantic standards and interoperability protocols, both domain-specific and cross-cutting, and promote governance mechanisms, business models, and strategies for running data spaces. Because of its objectives, all projects selected under the sectorial data spaces topics will be required to participate in the work of the data space support centers and to take up the solution offered. Finally, I would like to mention briefly the philosophy behind the various topics related to the development of sectorial data spaces, which we will facilitate in two different ways. The first is through coordinated and support actions with the objective of gathering the major stakeholders in a data space and defining the specific technical and governance infrastructure to be put in place and the steps to get there. A clear example would be the agriculture data space coordination support action, where we expect farmers, public administration, and agri-food industries to set the basis for the creation of the agriculture data space. Even in such a case, the consortium will have to take into account the work already carried out by several organizations, such as the EU Code of Conduct on Sharing Agriculture Data. Similarly, the Green Deal Data Space Coordination and Support Action will have to identify mechanisms to aggregate the currently fragmented and dispersed data available from various ecosystems, to identify common metadata standards, and to allow interoperability between the various ecosystems. Secondly, we have topics where we are launching calls for proposals for projects in order to build data spaces. The genomic data space within the health data space is the first to be launched. In this case, the project will have to put in place all the necessary technical infrastructure and governance mechanisms to allow access to genomic datasets across Europe. Again, I will not provide additional details because the health data space is subject to a dedicated session. With this introduction, I hope I've given you the basic idea behind the topics that are going to be launched under the Data for EU chapter of the work program. And I will be available to answer any question you might have. But before the question and answer session, I give the word to Rehanna. She will explain in more detail how the cultural heritage data space is going to be built. Thank you for your attention.
Hello everyone, my name is Rehanna Schwinninger-Ladak. I am the head of the unit in charge of interactive technologies, digital for culture and education in DG Connect at the European Commission. One of the missions of my unit is to support the digital transformation of the cultural sector and thereby to foster advanced digitization, wider online access, digital preservation and reuse of digital cultural assets. This is an important area of intervention for the European Commission, as there are significant risks of irreversible damage or even complete destruction. But at the same time, it is an area where digital technologies have a huge potential to better preserve and promote culture and cultural heritage in particular. A key aspect is that digitized cultural heritage content and data have also significant reuse value for many other sectors, in particular for tourism, for the cultural and creative industries, for education and for research. So it is my pleasure to present you the overall lines of the data space on cultural content that will allow us to support advanced digitization, online access and reuse of cultural assets. The support for the data space will rely on two strands of work. The first one will be to strengthen the Europeana platform so that it will serve as the core to the data space. The second strand of work will be to support the digital capacity building and foster the reuse of high-quality data to enrich the offer available on the data space. So the first pillar, which will be funded through procurement. The objective is to significantly strengthen the Europeana core platform and activities. Without being exhaustive, let me mention some of the important components of this strand. One is to strengthen the platform's technical capabilities to improve findability and interconnectivity of content. Second, it's about improving the overall quality of data. Quality of content on the Europeana collections, improving the quality of the curatorial thematic approach, the quality of services for the data providers and aggregators, and supporting the creation and integration of high-value data sets of digital cultural heritage assets of any kind, size, nature. Third, it's all the network aspects which are fundamental to this ecosystem. So it's about further enlarging, coordinating, and engaging with the network of data partners, the accredited aggregators, and the experts working in the field of digital cultural heritage. 4, the reuse aspects, as I mentioned earlier, it's about strengthening the links with potential reusers of data, such as the tourism sector or the creative and content industries, especially the SMEs. And I'll finish by mentioning the standards aspects. A lot of excellent work has already been done that we need to expand to cover the provision of data sets, including the Europeana data model, and on standardized interfaces for data provision. And it's also about expanding to 3D data. It's about continuing setting the best practices and guidelines for digital cultural heritage and supporting the wider take-up by the community. The second strand of work will be implemented through grants and will support the capacity building in the cultural heritage sector and specifically the reuse of data. First, through more services on the data space, such as technology tools, technical know-how references, tools for knowledge sharing, consultancy, and other services that will allow better and faster digitization, preservation, and online sharing of digital cultural heritage data. Second strand is about the use of existing AI and machine learning systems. We're speaking about deploying here what exists out there, not developing new tools to enhance user engagement and experiences, such as automatic translation of content, automatic metadata enrichment, improving multilingualism, improving the filtering of cultural heritage assets. It's about improving personalized recommendation, etc. And the third strand is about the reuse of digitized cultural heritage assets in various sectors that I mentioned above, in education, in social sciences and tourism, and humanities, in tourism, in the cultural and creative sectors, with a specific attention on 3D content. Projects will cover one of the following activities and not all of them, of course. And with this, let me thank you for your attention.
You have just seen Federico Milani and Rehana Schwininger-Ladak, and I welcome them back now for a Q&A session from the Luxembourg studio live. Hello, both. Thank you very much for joining us. Federico is the Deputy Head of Unit in charge of Data, Innovation, and Policy, and Rehana is the Head of Unit in charge of Interactive Technologies, Digital for Culture and Education. Thank you very much for joining us today, and I think we all learned a lot from your presentations on European Common Data Spaces and cultural. But let's delve a bit more into this topic with some questions. And my first question is for you, Federico. What is the purpose of common European data spaces?
Thank you, Carla. The purpose of creating common European data spaces is exactly what is being said and what you said. It's that the society and the businesses and the economy are creating and producing more and more data. And what we want to do is to give the possibility to businesses, but also the public sector, to exploit that data and share that data in a trusted manner so that it will be possible for data providers to share their own data in full safety and full control of what the data they produce. And the data user will have the security and the assurance that they can use the data for the purpose that they are looking and that they want to use it in order to create better services or applications. The advantage will be enormous because we are sure through various studies that the competitiveness of industries that will use data in order to improve their services, it's enormous. But at the same time, the public sector will be able to offer better services or carry out better policy based on the data and the information that they can extract with to the data. And this is the basic principle that we want to do and we want to apply in order to create data spaces.
Excellent, thank you very much. And another follow-up question for you, Federico. What is the link between these common European data spaces and the Gaia-X initiative?
The Gaia-X initiative is become now an association, is creating a network of major stakeholders that are interested in sharing data. There are both business and private companies and public companies that are interested in sharing the data and creating these data spaces. But there are many other initiatives out there that are trying to, that are working on creating the architecture, the basic architecture and the basic technologies in order to share the data. An example would be Sitra from Finland, or iShare from the Netherlands, and the International Data Space Association from Germany, or DAWEX, which is a company that is already providing technologies for creating data spaces. All these associations, what we would like is that we work together with them, and we are already working together with them, but we will want to work together in order to really have a European approach in data sharing that will respect the values and the rules that Europe is bringing forward in data sharing.
Okay, thank you. And are there any plans for the EU to introduce data localization requirements? Also for you, Federico.
No, the simple answer is no. What we aim is that data will be can freely circulate in Europe. There is already regulation that as the free flow of non-personal data that actually asks oblige the possibility or give the possibility to the data to flow in the various countries in Europe. And this is what we want to do also with data sharing. At the same time, we want that all security, and privacy, confidentiality will be respected while using the data and sharing the data. And this is the main objective of the data spaces and the actions that we are proposing under the Digital Europe program.
Excellent, thank you. And just looking towards the future, towards the digital decade, what are the next steps for the European Common Data Spaces?
As mentioned before, what we want to do is, first of all, create a data space support center that will get all the major stakeholders and all the organizations, both data providers, data users, but also service providers, together in order to define what are the data spaces, which are the perfect architecture, which are the standards, and then create these data spaces. Even the COVID crisis has demonstrated the importance of having access to data and having the possibility of using data, for example, for predicting how the pandemic is developing over the year and over the months. So the main activities that we want to carry out is really to promote the sharing of data through all the various means, through legislation, but also through this initiative that we are bringing forward to in the Digital Europe program.
Thank you very much, Federico. And now a question for Rehanna. Why do we need a separate data space on cultural content?
Thank you, Carla. So first of all, I have to congratulate you for pronouncing my name correctly. This is not straightforward. So coming to your question, the data space for cultural content is one of the sectoral data spaces within the overall data space architecture. And as you saw in Federico's video earlier, in the pillar approach, so it's one of the sectors like agriculture, like mobility. The overall objective of this data space is to foster the flow and reuse of high-quality cultural content. And here we're speaking about data such as 3D models of monuments and sites, or high-quality digital replicas of statues, of sculptures, or of pieces of archaeology that are sitting in museums and libraries. So Of course, this data space, which is specific to the cultural sector at large, will have commonalities with other data spaces, such as the overarching policy framework, such as effective governance mechanism, such as the use of cloud federation, but also the tools that will be developed by the data center. And at the same time, this data space will respond to the specific sector-specific challenges here, which is the adoption of advanced technologies such as AI, such as extended reality, for more engaging, more interactive, more immersive experiences of cultural content, and thereby a better reuse of such data.
Thank you very much, Rehana. That was very detailed and very helpful indeed. And I was wondering if, for a final question for you, how will the cultural content data space take shape more precisely? If you can give us a bit more detail into that.
Sure. So we will have a kind of dual approach. So the first one will be building on the work that the European initiative has done over the past years. And the initiative already provides a number of mature characteristics, such as the standards, which are widely used in terms of publishing for the data and the metadata, in terms of community engagement, in terms of copyright aspect that's so important when it comes to cultural content, because there's a lot of creativity as well there. So this first part will be about how can we expand the activities of the European initiative to cover other functionalities that will make the best use of advanced technology such as AI, data, extended reality. And the second strand of work will be about how do we prepare, how do we reinforce the digital capacity of the whole ecosystem, which is the cultural heritage institutions that are the data providers, the data aggregators, which are intermediaries, the SMEs that can be tool technology providers. So how can we make them how can we reinforce their knowledge and the tools that they have or they can make use of to create high-value data for further reuse and sharing?
And actually, would you say that culture is one of the most important areas where data is significantly important?
Let's say that culture is food for the mind. There will be agriculture, which will be food for the stomach, and culture, which will allow people in periods like this, where we have been a lot confined, to really have access to their cultural jewels online and to really have an immersive experiences. So it's about bringing culture closer to people and having all the different domains like tourism, but also audiovisual industries like education, make better access, have a better access and better use and benefit from more cultural content online.
I see. Thank you very much. And we also received some further questions from our audience broadly on data. One of them is, how do you ensure that the digital decade does not become a decade of digital decay and that data we create tomorrow is still available in and after 2030? Federico, would you be able to answer for us?
Well, there are several possibilities. The first of all, it's that the data will be stored and the data information is going to be stored. But we are going also we have also a number of initiatives, for example, for preserving data. We've got an initiative in one of a building blocks that we've developed over the years. It's exactly called the archiving, where what we want to do is really try to identify the methods, the ways to share the data and to have the possibility to retrieve the data, because one of the major difficulties is not only storing the data, but it's being able to find back the data and find the information that we are looking for, that we are looking after in 30 years' time.
And if I can, sorry. If I can complement what Federico just said, it's also about getting all the different players of the ecosystem, in my case, of the cultural heritage ecosystem on board. So, for instance, making sure that we are not speaking only about the big institutions that have all the tools and the digital skills necessary for such an endeavor, but also making sure that the small cultural institutions, the small museums, that we get them on board, we provide them with the tools and knowledge that they need to be really masters of their future, of their digital future.
And what would you say these tools and resources are? Which ones would be the most important ones for the cultural sector, in your view?
So, certainly we speak a lot about artificial intelligence in all the sectors, and this is very much valid for the cultural heritage sectors. Let me give you an example. When you digitize in 3D a statue, so you have to scan the statue, and what is very important to make sure that this digital replica will be used, for instance, by researchers, by archaeologists, by historians, is that they have all the annotations and all the documentation that they will need to understand the digital replica. So the more, right now, this is done semi-automatically. So there is a whole manual input that is necessary, which is very costly. So the advances in artificial intelligence will allow us really to automatize as much as we can this kind of process, which really will allow a lot of content to be available online. This is an example of one such technology.
That sounds very interesting. Thank you very much. And we have a second question from the audience. Are there going to be actions in regard to data lifecycle management and long-term availability?
Well, lifecycle management and long-term availability, it's one of the major points also of data managing, data sharing, and so it will be one of the actions and activities that will be required in specific sector also for the data spaces. So again, there it will be taken probably sector by sector, depending on which type of data we are talking about. For example, for climate, it's extremely essential that there will be management of the life cycle and storage of the information over the years, because we want to have the full set of data in order to analyze how climate will change over the year, over the decades, in order to do better predictions. In other places where you need only real-time data, that one is less important. But it's one of the major activities that the proposers for the creation of data spaces will have to take into account.
Thank you, Federico. And a final question from our audience. How does the European Open Science Cloud fit into all of this? And how does the Digital Euro program interact with the European Open Science Cloud and open research data infrastructures?
If you look at the data strategy as it is presented, the Open Science Data Cloud is one of the data spaces. We can see it in two ways. It can be an horizontal data space, or it can be also a vertical data space. It can be a vertical data space because it's a research data space. So it's sectoral in terms of research, because it's collecting and making accessible research data and research results. On the other hand, it has got, since it's covering a number of research activities in a number of sectors, it has got also the horizontal aspects, because on data spaces, one of the important things in order to promote innovation is also having access to the research results. So I can imagine that what the Open Science Data Cloud is doing, for example, in the health sectors, will have a number of integration, interrelationship between what is going to happen in the building up of the health data space, so in the genomic data space, on the cancer images data spaces. So there is really an interactions, and this is what we are going to work together with the stakeholders, together with the researchers, together with the data providers for the data spaces, so that this relationship and this interaction will get stronger and stronger.
Thank you very much. And a final question for both of you. How does data strategy in general fit into the targets of the overall digital decade and trying to make Europe fit for the digital age?
Well, the data strategy is the basic and the main objective of the data strategy is to promote the use of data and the sharing of data. We believe that by using the data that is being produced, using it, respecting the values, the European values and the European rules, will give an advantage to the economy and the society. So achieving that, we are going to have better, for example, artificial intelligence. We are going to have better services, as mentioned before. We are going to have better services for the citizen, and we are going to have better competitiveness for the businesses. So the data strategy fits in that particular place and particular area. So it's a sort of baseline that we want to create data in order that the change on the society and the digital society will fully benefit for the data produced, while respecting, as I was saying, the European values and rules that are important for us.
Thank you. And Rehana?
Yeah, so the data space on cultural content will contribute and at the same time benefit from the digital decade targets. So let me give an example. If you take digital skills, we know that this is a sector which needs to ramp up its digital skills. And indeed, if we want to have more high quality digitization, more 3D models, more immersive content using extended reality technologies, we will need to have more digital experts in those cultural heritage institutions. If we take the digital transformation of public sector and areas of public interest, so this data space is about also the digital transformation of that sector and taking this whole sector, content, people, resources, into this digital era with all that it needs in terms of capacity building, knowledge building, resources. And secondly, connectivity. If we see 5G connectivity, we will be using a lot our smartphones. We use them a lot, but with 5G, we will have really a seamless, fantastic access. And if you want to be able to see a 3D model on your smartphone with a 5G connectivity, that will be much, much easier and much, much more pleasant. So it's really benefiting and contributing to the digital vision.
Thank you very much, both. That was super informative, very helpful, and thank you very much for the previous presentations as well, and for joining us live from the studio in Luxembourg. Data is clearly essential to ensuring that Europe is fit for the digital age. So watch the space to see how Digital Europe program will make it all happen. We will welcome you back after a short break for the next session, where we will find out how to ensure fostering AI innovation in the EU. We'll speak to some experts to find out what is planned under the Digital Europe program. So, see you after our short break. Welcome back. Science fiction has long fueled our imagination when it comes to artificial intelligence. However, nowadays we know that AI is here to actually make our lives easier. And it's everywhere, from different applications on your phone to filtering spam in your inbox. So we can actually start thinking about AI in the same way we think about electricity. It's an essential tool that powers technology, innovation, and society in general. In the EU, we want to be a hub for excellence and trustworthy artificial intelligence. And recently, the European Commission published a proposal for regulation to make sure that this happens. However, there's more that can be done to foster AI innovation in the EU. One particular issue is the fact that there is a lack of in-depth testing. To address this, the Digital Europe program comes with a solution in the form of testing and experimentation facilities. We will discuss this and more during this session, but first to let you know that you can join the discussion from the audience by submitting your questions to us on Slido using #DigitalEU2030. Now, let's find out more about testing and experimentation facilities in this next video.
Thank you. I'll introduce the testing experimentation facilities, as well called TEFs, and the AI on-demand platform for an AI made in Europe. In this session, we will present two important initiatives to support the development and uptake of AI-based solutions in Europe: the testing experimentation facilities and the AI on-demand platform. We know that the benefits of AI can offer to our society are tremendous, from healthcare to environmental sustainability, and we have also important strengths in Europe in the field of AI and robotics. However, the potential is not fully exploited in Europe. The reason is the lack of support to bring R&D results from the lab to the market. This is also a part in the innovation chain where Europe's AI ecosystem needs significant support to really remain competitive internationally. And one particular issue is the lack of in-depth testing of AI-based technologies in real environment or close to real condition to fully validate them before deployment. This is especially important for technologies such as AI, because this is a technology that brings some level of autonomy in systems, such as in robots or autonomous vehicles or decision support systems. Therefore, we have to make sure that they are fully tested to guarantee that they are safe and they meet the expectations in terms of technical robustness before launching them in the market. This is to address this particular need that we are proposing the testing and experimentation facilities. The second initiative to support the development and deployment of AI and robotics is the AI on-demand platform, which aims to become the reference for easy access to high-quality and ready-to-use AI-based resources in Europe. This will be a central toolbox and a marketplace gathering all AI resources to boost the take-up of AI. As you can see, this program really complements the research and innovation activities under the Horizon Europe or any research program, bringing the result from the research lab to the market. Now, let's go to the AI testing and experimentation facilities. We've seen the crucial role that such testing experimentation facility can play, and it has been demonstrated that the current COVID crisis. Why? In fact, there were many solutions that had been tested in the lab and had the potential to address the current needs. However, they could not be deployed because they had not been fully tested in real environment to prove that their capability to be efficient and address the needs of the user were there, or also because they had not been certified. So besides validating the technologies, the TEFs are also expected to play a key role to implement the regulatory framework for AI, for instance, in hosting regulatory sandboxes or contributing to standard or certifications. So all in all, the TEF will help companies to guarantee that the AI they develop can be trusted and deployed. So, but what is the TEF? They are world-class reference sites for experimentation and testing in real setting, focusing on application of AI in essential sectors such as health, mobility, manufacturing. The sites should be open to all actors in Europe and connected to the network of digital innovation hubs. They should be equipped with right equipment, technology, the large computing and data handling facilities, as well as latest AI technology, including emerging areas such as neuromorphic computing, deep learning, or robotics. What is the concept of a TEF? So this is a technology infrastructure that has specific expertise and experience of testing mature technology in a given sector under real or close to real conditions. For instance, a smart hospital, a smart city, an experimental farm, and so on. They should therefore build as much as possible on existing infrastructures, facilities, and resources. There should be a limited number of TEFs per sector, limited number of physical facilities, and this should become a common resource available to all European stakeholders. The main users will be the developers of AI solutions. They will come there to validate their new AI-based solution in real setting. They are supposed to be tested already in the lab, but they will come to test it in real setting. And it will be important to have openness and fair access to these facilities. The TEF will validate all aspects, being technical, socio-economic, legal, with the regulatory sandbox, which are areas where the regulation is either limited or favorable to testing new products and services. The results of the TEF, once tested, they should be available throughout Europe, either directly to end users or via the channel of digital innovation hubs. The number and localization. So we have to balance the economy of scale, so we need a small number of them to have in-depth tests rather than a large number of small facilities. And so the balance should be between central location and easy access throughout Europe. The selection criteria might also depend from sector to sector. For instance, in agriculture, we should take into account the representativity, so the different crops, the different climate, the different types of farms, and versus the accessibility to the facilities as well. In healthcare, there are different constraints, such as access to data, HPC, variability of social security systems. And also, we have to take into account the regulatory environment. Some countries might have different or easier environment than others. Now, few numbers regarding the TEFs. So the first work program will support TEFs in 4 sectors: manufacturing, healthcare, agri-food, smart cities, and communities. And there will be one as well, which is more technology-centric, is the Edge AI TEF. For the sectorial TEFs, the budget will be between 20 and 30 million funding from the digital program per each sector. It's 50% funding. For each facility's physical location, there will be 5 million euro, and again, this is 50% funding, so in total, it's worth 10 million euro per facility. It will be co-funded by the member state to cover the remaining 50%, but this could also include some private investment to cover these 50%. The duration will be between 4 and 5 years. It will be called in the second call of this work program, so publication Q4 in this year and deadline 2022 Q2. So in practice, some practicality about the TEFs. So it should allow for large-scale, in-depth testing. It should build on existing facilities and resources as much as possible. It should be easy to use, work under real conditions, and closely involve end users. It should be used by technology developers, especially the enterprise, and in particular the SMEs. It should, in principle, build around a physical location, but should also plan for remote access to the facility, and also digital twins, which are virtual models of specific part or use cases. To optimize its impact, the TEF should prioritize use cases of significant socioeconomic value, which will be attractive also for innovators. They should really focus where their added value will be maximum. The TEF should involve all the necessary stakeholders, so the end user to drive the use cases, the technology expert to assess the maturity of the technologies, the integrators to provide support to the users of the facilities, and the relevant authorities to provide specific permission, for instance, for the regulatory sandboxes. The TEFs will offer both the infrastructure and the personal support to the users of the facility to help them running the tests and experimentations. So the TEF infrastructure will include, depending on the case, both hardware such as robot, HPC, 3D printing, IoT, and the software component. And they will provide also access to data which is trusted and secured. So everything necessary to test all the relevant types of solution you need to test in these facilities. So the TEF are also expected to collaborate with the AI on-demand platform. So the platform can provide tools and access to resources to the TEFs, but the TEFs can also deliver their results and the use case on the platform itself. One important point is the difference between and the links between the TEFs and the digital innovation hubs. So the TEFs, they are central resource, their main users are technology developers, while the digital innovation hubs are distributed in regions, and they are mainly helping their local users of the technology to adopt such technology. So they will serve as a distribution channel of the results tested in the TEFs, and they will bring them to their local user communities. The TEFs are also expected to contribute to the Green Deal, as AI is a tool for resource optimization and minimization of any kind of waste, such as energy, any resource in general. And robotics and AI can also be used for circular economy, recycling, and also precision farming.
Very useful information indeed for all AI developers who want to test their technology in a real setting. Next up, we take a closer look in more detail at edge AI testing and experimentation facilities to find out more about how they can help develop better quality chips. What are the overall benefits of these edge AI testing and experimentation facilities? Let's find out.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today the testing and experimentation facilities for edge AI hardware. Artificial intelligence runs nowadays mostly on cloud platforms. However, it will gradually shift towards the edge, where data is captured. The advantages of running artificial intelligence at the edge are lower power consumption, lower latency, reduction of data to be transmitted or stored, and privacy of data. The difference with respect to cloud AI is that the edge AI runs mostly on dedicated hardware, requiring software and hardware optimization, but delivers substantial gains in power consumption. There are numerous applications for this type of AI components at the edge. Digital industry, for instance, for production or maintenance, testing. In automotive, for autonomous driving, safety and power management. Or in energy infrastructures, for smart grids. Further, for health and well-being, for precision agriculture and natural resource management, and for applications in smart cities. Europe has strong competencies in embedded systems, in sensing, and low-power computing. Further, it has excellent competencies in R&D for neuromorphic computing, which delivers substantial gains in power consumption. The European Commission has foreseen in the Digital Europe program an action on testing and experimentation facilities for edge AI hardware. This European platform will enable small and large companies to test and experiment innovative edge AI components based on advanced low-power computing technologies. The platform will support prototyping and validation of edge AI technologies for a wide range of user applications. The upcoming Digital Europe program call foresees a budget of 80 million for Edge AI TF. The platform will consist of a distributed infrastructure bringing together the best EU competencies across Europe. The consortium will have to offer access to technology services and demonstrators, prototyping, technology transfer, and support to SMEs through a network of digital innovation hubs. Let's see now how this may work in practice. End users, for instance SMEs, may contact a regional digital innovation hub to ask for support in the development of a connected autonomous IoT object. The hub will contact the TEF, and a coordinator will be selected to start a project. involving the necessary technical experts. Data sets from the customers are used for software and hardware optimization of the AI model. Eventually, the functional prototype can be tested in the application field and optimized before transfer of results to the end user. So we invite any potential user of AI applications at the edge to make use of these testing and experimentation facilities. Thank you for your attention.
From edge AI and chip applications, we now move on to discover more about a one-stop shop that can provide easy access to high-quality research and tools for AI developers. Let's find out what it is, who exactly can access it, and why it's needed in the first place. Let's watch this next video.
Now, the AI on Demand platform, what is it and why do we create it? So this platform should become the reference central toolbox for any user, be it industry or public service, a one-stop shop to provide easy access to high-quality AI tools and resources to integrate into solution, products, or services. This will become a common good and a marketplace for AI resources in Europe. Who are the users? Two types of stakeholders will benefit from such platform. On the one hand, it should help the European developers and innovators in offering them a platform to put their resources and facilitate their access and visibility to the EU market. It would also support them in making their resource reaching top quality and industrial standard. On the other hand, it will also help the integrators and users of AI, the industry or public service, in providing such a central access point to all the AI-related tools they need. Either they will access the tool directly or via the Digital Innovation Hub, which will find the tool necessary to serve the needs of their local economy. Which kind of AI resource will be on the platform? So the AI resource will be algorithms and tools. Either they will be ready to deploy turnkey products or services, or they can be algorithm or AI-based modules that will be used by integrators to develop AI products or services, or integrate them in production workflow to optimize them. They can be pure software, for instance, computer vision or NLP tools, or also embedded in hardware, such as robots or IoT infrastructure. But the platform will also connect to the necessary resource to develop such AI-based solutions. So they will be connected to data resource, for instance, the data space funded in this program, but also any data sets for training and validation. They will also be connected to computing and infrastructure resources, such as HPC, cloud, also funded from this program. Which type of services will the platform deliver? There will be three types of services. First, a marketplace for AI of off-the-shelf products and solutions. Second, it will support to bring the latest AI tools and solutions, which have been already validated in the lab, to a level of industrial standard requirement. So the code will be validated, the quality will be checked. This fills really the gap between the latest development issued from the research centers and the university and their exploitation in new services, products, or processes. The service layer of the platform will interface between the providers and the user of the platform, and they will advise on the resource available to optimize really the matchmaking and facilitate the integration of the AI resources. How will the platform ensure visibility and take-up of AI? It will include activities to really raise awareness about the best practice and success stories of AI application in various domains. It will also develop use case factories or libraries to really facilitate the reuse of them. And it will make sure that the resource available on the platform can be trusted in line with the guideline, the ethics guideline, and the regulatory framework on AI. Some key numbers of the platform: the budget will be 25 million euro. It's a coordination and support action, 100% funding. The duration will be 4 years, and it will be called in the second call, published end of this year, and the deadline is Q2 next year. Thank you.
Sounds like a fantastic resource to have at your disposal if you're developing AI technology. I now have with me in Brussels, as well as live from the studio in Luxembourg, Cécile Huet and Marco Ceccarelli, who you've just heard speak about the importance of fostering innovation in artificial intelligence. Cécile is the Deputy Head of Unit for the Robotics and AI Innovation and Excellence Unit, and Marco is a Program Officer in the unit responsible for microelectronics and photonics. Thank you very much to both of you for joining us today for a Q&A session. Let's have a closer look at this very important topic. Cécile, I have a first question for you. When thinking about the Digital Europe program more broadly, which sectors are the most important when it comes to supporting testing and experimentation facilities?
Hi, Carla. Yes, indeed, we have discussed this prioritization of sectors with the member states, with the stakeholders, to really focus the funding where the impact will be maximum. And in the first work program, so covering the first 2 years, the 4 following sectors have been identified. So healthcare, agri-food, manufacturing, and smart cities and communities. More precisely, we can give some examples where we would see directly the added value of bringing AI into these sectors. So, for instance, in manufacturing, you can use AI to optimize the whole manufacturing processes, including as well the logistics and so on. So, in other topics in manufacturing involves collaborative robotics, where you have robots really working with the people working on the shop floors. And so those robots are AI powered because they interact, they can have some degrees of autonomy. So this is a second example. A third example in manufacturing is really towards recycling, for instance, and having the circular economy. So in manufacturing, you can think about remanufacturing, demanufacturing, and everything to optimize also the manufacturing processes so that you minimize the waste. In healthcare, you can have AI for decision support system for doctors to help them providing some insight for them to help them taking decision, because, for instance, AI will be used to screen thousands of pictures that a doctor will never have the time to analyze, and maybe then the system can point at specific points where the doctor should look at and give its own, let's say, advice on the outcome and what conclusion the doctor can take. Also, you have robotics system in healthcare, which can be helpful in guiding the surgeon to make sure to improve the security, the safety of those systems, in, for instance, preventing from touching very delicate area when you want to remove a tumor, for instance. And so on and so forth. There are many more applications of robotics and AI in the healthcare sector to also help, for instance, elderly people at home. So there are many applications. The same for agri-food. You can the AI can really contribute to a more environmental sustainability farming. You can use AI for precision farming, which we hope will drastically reduce the use of pesticides and chemicals in the whole sectors. And we can also envisage to cover the whole value chain from the production to also the food processing, and optimize that to minimize the waste, the use of water, and so on. And for smart cities and communities, the same. You can use AI to help decision makers to take decision, to optimize different processes, and also thinking of the environmental aspect, which will be very important. You can think of transport optimization, you can think of energy distribution, all the resource optimization you need in running smart cities and communities, and also anything related to energy saving. So there are tons of application, and then in the next step, and in the call text, we will refine and really focus on where to test first, where the maturity is there in terms of technology, but also where the added value and impact will be maximized.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. Sounds like pretty much any sector using AI and robotics technology can benefit from these testing and experimentation facilities. Marco, thank you as well very much for joining us today in the Brussels studio. And thank you for the overview on the Edge AI testing and experimentation facilities. I have a question for you now as well. Why is it important that testing and experimentation facilities are specifically targeted at Edge AI technology?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Carla. Indeed, it's important to consider that actually most of the data in a digital infrastructure is not certainly coming from the data center. It's actually generated, acquired at what we call the edge of the network. So where people are with their smartphones, with the sensor systems in the field for environmental monitoring, for monitoring in the field of agriculture, or for instance in a car where you have to sense the environment around the vehicle. Now, all this data normally for machine learning has to be transmitted to a data center, to the cloud. This is very expensive in terms of energy, in terms of, you have certain problems in terms of latency. You cannot have a car that waits for an answer from the server in order to decide how to avoid a certain obstacle in front of it. So it's essential to consider new technologies that will be able to analyze the situation in the surrounding environment with processing directly at the edge where the data is indeed processed. So we see that in this case there is a strong, important trend to move these digital technologies, digital processing from the cloud to the edge. In this particular case, we do not have a one-size-fits-all type of solution for the hardware that is required in this type of autonomous objects at the edge. So it is necessary to develop dedicated solutions for these AI chips, let's say. Indeed, AI chips is a booming market. It's one of the markets that are expected to grow the fastest in the coming years, with an average yearly rate of 40 to 80% of yearly growth rate. And it's extremely important for Europe to actually have a strong presence in this field. The fact is that this is related to a certain type of advanced computing technologies that are not easily accessible for certain type of companies, for certain type of developers. Large enterprises, the tech giants, do have these facilities in-house to develop this type of solutions. We want to make to prepare a platform that all type of companies in Europe can use, can access, in order to move their idea quickly from the lab to fab to the market. So this is really a way to accelerate the development of these technologies for AI chips and to democratize, let's say, AI for all type of applications that we can envisage at the edge of a network.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Marco. It sounds like you have very ambitious plans, and that's great to hear. Now we actually have some questions from our audience, which we will take now. First question, and perhaps Cécile can answer this. Will the resources from the AI on-demand platform be available for the bachelor's and master's students in relevant courses?
Yes, definitely. It's an open platform. So the resource made available on the platform will be available to everybody. Not everything will be for free, because the platform, as I said, will also be a marketplace. Therefore, the companies will, of course, use the platform as a vehicle for them to reach the European market and have visibility on the European market. But all the tools will be available for everybody, and some will be open source. Yes, all students and all users, all integrators will have access to the tools which are available on the platform. One clarification though, the main users of the platform will be the end users, I mean being the companies willing to integrate those resources in their products or in the service they offer or in optimizing their processes, and also to administration to optimize the services they give to the citizens. Regarding now the needs of the students, then we will have another tools for them. So the part on the AI on Demand platform which will target the researchers so that they can exchange among themselves algorithm and test results, which will be more like tools for research and development. That will be part of the Horizon Europe program. And both the platform will complement each other, because once they have been acquired the necessary maturity in research and development, then they will be ready then to be brought to the market with the help of the AI on Demand platform, which will be then the part funded here under the digital program.
Thank you, Cécile. And the next question actually also for you from the audience. Will the experimentation facilities come with access points to high-performance computing?
Yeah, that is very important that one user or a developer of AI comes to the testing experimentation facility, they receive their full services to be able to test their technology. So if they need to have access to cloud, access to chips, access to data, access to other AI resources, then the TEF should link to those different resources. Many of them will be part of this program, and to provide a full solution, a full package to facilitate and enable the testing. So make the testing from A to Z as much as possible supported by the facility. The facility will be an infrastructure, but it's very important as well that they also include a support from technical people to support and validate in the facility. So it's not only infrastructure, it's also support from experts for the testing.
Great, thank you. And the next question also from the audience is a bit more broad. Cécile, what do you expect from the Digital Euro program on the AI ecosystem in general?
I think what we expect is to bring really together closer the providers and the user. And it's especially true and illustrated in the sectorial TEF, where you will have to have the user of the technology, which will define, for instance, in agri-food. They know what are the needs in their sectors, the one which will have the most impact. So they will play a key role, and they must be involved in the definition of the scenarios to be tested, the type of use cases to be tested, because they know where their needs are. But they need also to work very closely to the technology providers, because the technology providers can tell them, okay, that the technology is not mature enough to do, but this is a kind of technology that could be tested. So they need to adjust and brainstorm together to really find where to focus and optimize this funding. The same for the AI on Demand platform. This matchmaking tool between the users and the provider would be very important to create an ecosystem. And actually, this AI on Demand platform, which aims aims at becoming really the reference access point to AI resource in Europe, should bring together here the AI communities in Europe. And offering this single access point will also give access to the AI developers community in Europe.
Thank you very much, Cécile. One final question from the audience. Will Digital Europe support the establishment of new testing and experimentation facilities or solely already existing testing and experimentation facilities?
From the sectorial TEF, the goal is first to build on what exists, because it takes a lot of time and a lot of investment as well to build a new TEF from scratch. It is not excluded to fund a new TEF where it is needed and where there is not such facility on which we can build. But the main idea is first to check where we already have some existing infrastructure, but also existing experience. And because to develop this kind of experience, to know what you need to test, what are the problems when you try to test a new technology in a given sector, that takes a lot of time to build such experiments. So the experience. So this is why we think we should first see whether there is no existing facilities on which we could build, and then the EU funding would be there then to bring those facilities to enrich them in terms of services, but also bring them at European level so that any developer coming from everywhere in Europe can have access and benefit from the service provided by the TEFs.
Thank you very much, Cécile. And actually, my next and final question is for Marco on Edge AI. What would you say is the main benefit of testing Edge AI technology for the users?
Users will have the opportunity to make use of certain advanced computing facilities that are not normally available to standard companies that are not in the advanced semiconductor domain. In this case, we are talking about the semiconductor manufacturing process that involves new advanced technologies such as, for instance, neuromorphic computing, which would enable to essentially replicate the behavior of the human brain in a chip, and by doing this will deliver incredible savings in terms of energy efficiency, a factor of 100 or 1,000 more efficient. So this type of technology is not normally available to any company. The infrastructure needed to test this technology is extremely expensive, and therefore that's where we need, as European Commission, to facilitate the access to this type of infrastructure so that we can possibly accelerate the development for any company. And the advantage is also that you can do this either directly if you do possess in-house the know-how on the development of this type of chips for your own process that you have already at a certain stage in terms of technology readiness level. You are at the stage where you see, okay, I want to go to the next steps to develop my first silicon. Or if you have the idea of an autonomous object to be deployed at the edge, and you just miss the elements in terms of system integration, you can also have access to the platform through digital innovation hubs that will support you to test and experiment your solutions in the field.
Thank you very much, Marco, for this explanation. And a final question from me to Cécile on the testing and experimentation facilities. I know you've already given us an overview of this, but what would you say is the main difference between TEFs and digital innovation hubs?
This is an important question because it comes very often. So the main differences are the following. So a TEF is there primarily to help developers to bring their products closer to the market. Number two, a TEF is like a centralized resource. We will have few physical TEFs. We need to do in-depth testing at scale. So it's not in having hundreds of small tests that we will reach that level of testing needed to fully test a given technology such as AI. Then now, as opposed to that, the digital innovation hubs, their main users are the end users of the technology, such as an administration which want to optimize their service they give to citizens, or an SME which is not technical at all. They want to, let's say, a restaurant which want to optimize all their processes and minimize waste and attract customers and so on. They go to the digital innovation hubs. They say, okay, what can AI do for me? So this is a different types of users, and then the digital innovation hubs then will go to the common central toolbox and say, okay, which kind of tool can you provide to me? They will be in digital innovation hub test before invest, which is a small scale, dedicated, tested with those end users to really prove in their own environment that the solution is valid for them. And so the main difference as well, so you see centralized tool available to all Europeans, while the digital innovation hubs are regionally based most often, and their goal is really to help their local economy, their local users of AI to really get through their optimize their digital transformations. And they are both really complementary because, and together with the AI on demand platform and with the TEFs, because they have different focus, and each of them serves the other one. The Digital Innovation Hub will bring their customer to both the AI on demand platform and the TEF, and vice versa. The TEFs and AI on demand platform will provide the result, and they will gain from this interaction because this can also help the TEFs and the AI on demand platform to optimize their service in knowing better what are the needs.
Thank you very much, Cécile, and thank you to you, Marco, as well, for joining us today, for answering all of our questions. I think everyone learned a lot from this session, hopefully, and I'm sure it was very useful to all AI developers who would like to test their technology in a real setting. This session concludes our first part of the Leading the Digital Decade event for today. We hope you enjoyed our discussions on data and AI, and after the lunch break, we will see you back for some more sessions, this time on the Cloud Federation, digital health, advanced digital skills, and even on how to write your own proposal for the Digital Europe program. See you after the lunch break and for the next session on Cloud Federation. Thank you. Welcome back. We hope you had a good lunch break, that you managed to recharge your batteries and are ready to dive straight back into discussions on the Digital Europe program. We have plenty more topics to cover today, and our next session is focused on the Cloud Federation. As cloud technologies are faster, cheaper, and more flexible than conventional computing methods, many services that businesses and citizens use, such as emails or public transport, are based on them. Some cloud technologies are already well deployed in the EU, but about 60% of businesses still don't use it in a professional way. Manuel Mateo Goye from the European Commission will be giving us an overview on how the Digital Euro program will stimulate the emergence of a European Cloud Federation. Leo Isaac Donian from Capgemini will follow up with more on a potential future cloud and edge services marketplace. And last but not least, Ana Juan, a renowned scientist, will wrap up. I'm curious already. Let's see what they have to say in the next videos.
Thanks a lot. Hello to everyone. I'm Manuel Mateo Goye. I'm the Deputy Head of Unit of the team dealing with cloud and software within DG Connect at the European Commission. I will take the coming 10-12 minutes to introduce you to how we will use the digital program to stimulate the emergence of a European Cloud-to-Edge Federation. These processing services will notably serve as the backbone over which the European Union will develop its data spaces, an aspect covered in other areas of the digital program. The structure of my talk is fairly straightforward. First, I'll evoke two elements of background to understand the context in which our actions take place. Second, the core of today's talk, which are the specific elements that we plan to found through the digital program. Third and last, I will briefly introduce the two following speakers who will give you further background information. So, here we go. The first piece of background is a quick reminder of today's cloud and market landscape. These are well-known things, but they're important to keep in mind. First, some cloud technologies are already well deployed in Europe. Things like online emails, instant messaging, or online banking are all part of our daily lives. But when it comes to professional use, just above 60% of European companies use what we refer to as low digital services. And this picture gets less rosy when we get to more advanced digital services offered from the cloud. Think here about enterprise resource management, customer relationship management, accounting, finance, and so on. Here, only about 19% of European companies use medium to highly sophisticated services. And I should not forget the public sector, whose processes are more and more online, from online tax report to the processing of public sector's payroll. Second, and this is where things get to the core of our action, is that many of these services are delivered through processing platforms or cloud services providers that are not headquartered in Europe. Today's European cloud market is concentrated around 4 non-European actors, which together have a market share of about 80% throughout the continent. And to make things more complicated, the existing European actors tend very much to be national players and struggle to get pan-European market access. Today, there is no European cloud provider able to provide high-performing cloud services throughout the single market. And while many are investing in these new technologies, there's a stark gap in investment in Europe, which we have identified to be at about 11 billion euros per year. Luckily, the deployment of cloud technology still has way to go. Seldom data spaces exist today. Public services are still far from the once-only principle. And, as I already mentioned, many companies still need to jump the bandwagon. There are also huge discrepancies around European countries, which is an important factor. Faced with this perspective, our ambition is to invest, not in today's technologies, because that would be like running behind a fast train, but rather in tomorrow's data processing technologies. You could say that we're trying to somehow leapfrog the market developments. Chief among those, the advent of the so-called cloud edge, which is the shift from today's very centralized cloud services provided through hyperscale data centers to smaller and much more distributed data centers. And this proximity, we're talking about 1 to 100 kilometers as opposed to 1,000 kilometers, brings a much reduced latency. Latency is the response time of a cloud service. And a complete new range of services impossible to provide from far away. Autonomous driving, distributed energy production, manufacturing automation are all only possible through such proximity. Luckily, and this is a good news, Europe has all the talents and skills to do so, and this is where we want to focus, in ensuring that Europe becomes an autonomous leader in the next generation of cloud-to-edge services. For this, and this is my second piece of background, the Commission intends to use all of the funding instruments at its disposal. In other words, the digital program should be seen as part of a broader investment strategy. So let me say a sentence about each of them, and there's 5 in total. First is Horizon Europe. You know it well, it's the offspring of our long-standing tradition of financing research, development, and innovation. Here, our investments are geared towards the next generation cloud technology. It's the longer-term aspect, where technologies are not ready yet for deployment. This is where you will see things like cognitive cloud, which is the seamless integration of diverse computing and data environments spanning from the core cloud to edge through artificial intelligence that enables a true computing continuum. Second is the Connecting Europe facility. It's the second version, so we call it CEF2, and it's about the deployment of digital infrastructures. We will use this facility to finance the interconnections, both physical and logical, of existing cloud infrastructures, of the public sector and services of general public interest, both in between and within member states. Third is InvestEU, which is about providing financing support for cloud projects. In practice, this means cheaper loans for private actors who want to cloudify their processes or refurbish their existing aging data centers. Fourth is the Recovery and Resilience Facility, through which we're encouraging member states to invest in their own cloud capabilities, whether for the public sector or the private sector. In particular, member states have the possibility to participate in a multi-country project on cloud data infrastructure and services. And this brings me to the fifth and last of those instruments, which is the digital program, and it's very much at the center of this strategy. The program's overall focus is about reinforcing Europe's critical digital capacity, about deploying technologies that are strategically important for Europe's future. When it comes to cloud-to-edge technology, we intend to finance 3 types of projects, and this is now really the core of my presentation. Together, they should be seen as the core data services over which European data spaces will develop, and in turn feeds Europe's capacity in extracting value from its data through artificial intelligence. So there's a real continuity in the program in between artificial intelligence, data spaces, and cloud infrastructures. Now, the details. The first area of investment is about smart middleware platforms. The deployment of this middleware is the very core of deploying a federated cloud. It's in this middleware that the federation takes root. Without surprise, interoperability is the key word here, and the recourse to open source will be strongly encouraged. In details, the idea is to deploy large-scale modular and interoperable European middleware that cover, first, embedded business intelligence service that encompass the whole computing continuum. Second, software-enabled services covering, for example, communications, productivity, data anonymization, or data mapping, but not only. And that can be used, of course, throughout multiple sectors. The second area of investment is about cloud-to-edge services. To start with, these services should be large-scale, innovative, sustainable, secure, and cross-border. These services should notably focus on 6 things. Let me briefly evoke them. First, data storage services. Second, workload optimization services between central and edge cloud. Third, business services to provide high-performance computing as a service. Fourth, local edge services running on green infrastructure that enable federated intelligence, artificial intelligence. Fifth, ultra-secure data management. Sixth and last, predictive analytics and data visualization services. The third and last area of investment is no less strategic and focuses on deploying and operating a European marketplace for federated cloud-to-edge based services. This marketplace should serve as a single point of access for any businesses and public administrations to procure trusted cloud and edge services. It will offer a catalog of curated services that comply with predefined EU rules and requirements, and by doing so will improve EU's strategic autonomy. The marketplace itself can be revenue-driven, but we want its supervision to be in the hands of a broad range of relevant stakeholders. With these three areas in mind, the background of the forthcoming speakers is self-evident. We will first listen to Léo Isaac-Dognan from Capgemini, who will present the outcome of a study that we, the Commission, procured to help guide our thinking about the establishment of a cloud and edge services marketplace. So this was the third area that I mentioned. We will then listen to Ana Juan. Ana is a renowned scientist who, as part of her many hats, has led the work of the Future Cloud Cluster, whose objective was precisely to define how a cloud federation could be built in an heterogeneous and decentralized environment. This was the focus of the first and the second of the areas I presented earlier. Thanks a lot for watching wherever you're listening from. Enjoy your day, and feel free to reach out to me directly should you have any question that I don't manage to answer in today's Q&A session. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Léo Isaac-Dognan, and I'm Director for Public Sector Consulting at Capgemini Invent, a global advisory firm based in Paris. As you'll recall, a little over a year ago, the Commission announced in its European data strategy that it will facilitate the setup of a cloud services marketplace accessible to all EU public and private sector organizations by the end of 2022. My team and I recently had the opportunity to conduct a study for the Directorate General for Communications, Network, Content and Technology to help conceptualize the defining parameters of this proposed European cloud marketplace. I've been invited to share a brief summary of our study, and I hope our findings can help all of those who wish to take part in the development of such marketplace as part of the Digital Euro program. Before going any further, what is a cloud marketplace? Just like any marketplace, it's an intermediary that helps match supply and demand. In this case, consumers and providers of cloud services. It most often takes the form of a digital platform, but human interactions remain key in helping broker transactions. In practice, it's worth distinguishing two types of marketplaces. First, provider-led or provider-specific marketplaces, where one cloud provider operates a platform to distribute its own service catalog. These platforms also tend to feature third-party offerings, which in most cases run on the main provider's cloud infrastructure and drive consumption of their services. Broadly speaking, this is the type of marketplace run by well-known global providers around the world. The Commission's planned action focuses on a different model, which I'll call a provider-agnostic marketplace. In this case, a third-party organization, be it public or private, operates a marketplace without showing commercial preference for specific cloud providers, other than verifying that they respect the terms and criteria set by the platform. Provider-agnostic marketplaces already exist, and a number of member states currently operate or plan to launch their own government cloud marketplaces. With the right setup, they have proven to be very successful policy initiatives to encourage adoption of cloud services by the public sector, but also by private businesses, especially SMEs. Why would the EU want to set up a provider-agnostic European marketplace and make it accessible to all EU businesses and public institutions? Well, if you look at the numbers displayed here, marketplaces have become key in shaping the supply and demand of cloud services. 70% of providers consider that marketplaces will play a key role in their go-to-market strategy, while 74% of organizations surveyed are extremely likely to purchase services via marketplace. Marketplaces accelerate adoption of cloud services in several ways. 68% of users consider that they simplify the procurement process by providing a comparable catalog of services. And 50% indicate that they reduce the cost of services, primarily thanks to brokerage. A pan-European, openly accessible cloud marketplace would not just improve adoption of cloud services, it would also contribute to leveling the playing field between large and small cloud providers. It would also give European providers a way to cut across national silos and to access the critical mass of users that's needed to scale and compete on a global level. Now, what kind of cloud services would be distributed by this marketplace? Cloud computing is a consumption model, not a specific domain or technology. And the marketplace should aim to promote all types of IT offerings that can be distributed as a service. That can be infrastructure, such as computer storage capacity, but also platform services and software services, from standard business applications like CRM and ERP software to advanced analytics and AI. The marketplace will need to cover both well-established standardized services, but also help promote more novel services to fulfill its role as an accelerator for innovation in the European cloud industry. So what are the recommendations of our study when it comes to setting up the marketplace? To succeed, a marketplace will need to perform on 3 criteria: liquidity, matchmaking ability, and trust. In other words, it needs users and lots of traffic. And just like ride-sharing platforms need drivers and passengers, the cloud marketplace will need to generate strong levels of adoption, both from consumers and from providers of all sizes. Second, it needs to be good at matching demand with supply, which means good customer segmentation, efficient user journeys, and it can also imply dedicated brokerage services. And third, trust means that users know what they get and that the marketplace maintains its reputation for quality. In this specific case, it means offering a higher standard of trust than leading global cloud providers. To perform on these 3 criteria, the first key ingredient is a clear value proposition. This is all the more important given the existing prevalence of private sector marketplaces. To help define this value proposition, we considered that the value of a marketplace can be measured along 2 scales: the breadth of features it offers to users, and the breadth and quality of its service catalog. Every cloud transaction can be broken down into 3 phases. Customers browse information on available offerings to find what they need. They then enter into a contract with their preferred provider, possibly with the help of a broker. And once that's done, providers deliver the given service, which consumers will pay according to consumption. In practice, even though service delivery is its ultimate objective, the marketplace doesn't necessarily need to support each phase. For example, most member state G-Cloud platforms focus on providing easy access to information to consumers, and they then redirect consumers towards providers or towards government procurement services once the consumers wish to purchase a service. Now, if we look at the y-axis, marketplaces also differ based on the range and quality of their service catalog. Existing government cloud platforms tend to opt for few checks on the types and quality of offers listed by providers to quickly build a comprehensive catalog. But they could also choose to verify providers' compliance with certain requirements, such as EU law, or even curate their catalog to make it easier for consumers to find offers that go above and beyond these requirements, or that meet specific needs of their sector. Marketplaces can even feature unique offerings as part of their catalog. In the case of a European cloud marketplace, we could, for example, imagine a scenario where the marketplace serves as the exclusive medium to access offerings that meet specific standards in terms of interoperability, sovereignty, or sustainability. Clearly, the more we go up along these scales, the more added value is provided to users. But that comes at the expense of greater cost and technical complexity. So where would a European cloud marketplace offer the best trade-off? Clearly, our survey of European providers and of current and prospective users of cloud services across Europe indicates that there is little value in providing a free-for-all, exhaustive listing of cloud services without ensuring the compliance of these services with EU law. More specifically, what consumers need and want is checking compliance with mandatory requirements of what is due to become the EU Cloud Rulebook. This is the minimum requirement to ensure trust and therefore promote widespread adoption of the marketplace. Now, beyond verifying compliance, we also found a definite market interest for a marketplace that provides trusted access to and reliable information on services that go above and beyond EU law and meet specific needs. So we therefore recommend that the marketplace ensure it curates its catalog and user interfaces to show compliance with more stringent or sector-specific requirements. This would, for example, include national cybersecurity certifications, approval by healthcare or financial supervisory authorities, but also industry-led certifications. Regarding the second and third columns, it is technically and economically infeasible to envisage reliable transaction support and delivery for a broad range of offers, at least in a first stage. That is why we recommend that the marketplace only facilitate transactions on a small selection of well-mastered or exclusive services. Managing delivery will require deep integration with the platforms of cloud service providers, and from our point of view, this should only be considered at a later stage once the marketplace has already built a strong user and revenue base. Beyond these recommendations on the marketplace's value proposition and playing fields, in our study, we also make a number of recommendations that I'm only going to briefly cite here due to time constraint. First, start small and scale fast. Development and deployment should be iterative, and it will be important to prioritize what drives adoption. In this sense, user experience will be key, and the marketplace should seek to make the provider and user journey as seamless as possible. Third, the marketplace will also need to consider its target positioning relative to national cloud marketplaces and private sector marketplaces. I've spoken of a marketplace up to now, but actually one of the first questions we were asked was, given the specific requirements of each sector, should there be one or several European cloud marketplaces? Well, we strongly believe that the majority of components can and should be mutualized within one marketplace framework, and that a single integrated marketplace will better serve the EU's objectives of digital market harmonization across member states. It will make it easier for firms to use the EU's digital market to achieve the scale required for regional and global competitiveness. That said, the marketplace should still provide users with a personalized experience, and it could, for example, offer different user interfaces and search parameters to users from different sectors. If certain member states or circles of industry also wish to keep a hand over their framework contracts, they could operate a local instance of the marketplace and curate their own shortlist of services from the main catalog. Finally, the marketplace should consider building an independent certification repository shared with audit agencies. This would help automate compliance checks and strengthen transparency. Our report also features more specific recommendations on governance and operating models, including the proposed role of the upcoming European Alliance on Edge Cloud and Data. But I'll stop here. The full report of our study will be accessible on the Commission's website shortly. And in the meantime, do reach out to us if you have any questions or comments. We really appreciate the feedback. Thank you very much, and I look forward to questions.
The Future Cloud Cluster brings together almost 40 research and innovation projects funded by the European Commission and the Horizon Europe and past programs. Our projects address next-generation cloud and edge computing challenges and issues and focus on diverse research areas for its implementation. As part of our work, we have recently published a reference architecture and identified results in our projects that can be of interest for the deployment of services covering the cloud continuum. It is widely recognized today that computing has allowed the democratization of computing, The development of cloud over the past decade has permitted to transition from an era in which underlying computing resources were both scarce and expensive to an era in which the same resources started to be cheap and abundant. Public cloud offerings from hyperscaler today deliver the illusion of infinite computing resources and make reality the radical commoditization of computing that was envisaged by the utility computing models. And while the offerings from the cloud hyperscalers concentrate at the present the majority of the user demand for public cloud computing, new alternative models such as Gaia-X start to emerge with the purpose of facilitating the interoperability and portability across providers. While these models are not yet today in the market and are being materialized, the emergence of edge computing is making even these concepts broader. Edge computing today is growing very rapidly. It represents the major trend in the distributed computing area. And edge computing is today capitalizing the attention of both the research and the commercial communities. Edge computing develops the idea of providing novel forms of computing that embrace the computing power and the data sources that are increasingly available at the edge of the network. And also it is forcing that cloud computing environments that initially emerged as part of a centralization paradigm, it is forcing that they evolve to decentralized environments which avoid the drawbacks of large data movement and latency, which was specifically found in IoT scenarios. At the same time, edge computing is itself evolving in many different areas. Many of today's conceptions of edge computing take the view of a single device which is located proximal to an IoT installation. But even in these very simple scenarios, many challenges still remain in relation to the optimal workload encapsulation, the need for mechanisms to determine the service placement, networking, security, and privacy. And when this scenario it is complemented with the necessary orchestration of resources with the rest of the surrounding compute continuum, additional challenges emerge. Edge computing developments today regard the edge as a stationary single device environment which is providing computing and storage services to a set of nearby IoT devices. In this, commonly, IoT devices are only viewed as sources of data, and their increased sophistication in terms of computing and storage, it is ignored. At the same time, the rising data availability that results from IoT deployment, together with the recent advances and the growing popularity of AI at the edge, is expected to increase computing demand at the edge by several orders of magnitude. And this is calling for the development of novel data management mechanisms and software tools for the compute continuum, which permit intelligent value extraction from the huge volumes of generated data at the edge of the network. Besides, novel compute architectures such as neuromorphic computing are currently aiming at surpassing von Neumann's architecture by designing compute units which target energy-optimal AI execution at the edge. And this complements an existing source of evolution that the cloud providers are already taking up by means of the exploitation of the hardware heterogeneity. Developing computing continuum technology which is compatible with the management of hardware heterogeneity requires to find new ways to optimally integrate heterogeneous special purpose processing units without losing the advantage of abstraction of the utility-based models. And moreover, taking advantage of the hardware heterogeneity together with a specific developments for energy-aware metering and scheduling are key aspects to enable the advance towards an energy-aware, optimized and sustainable cloud continuum compute services. Overall, the movement towards the hyper-distribution of the computing continuum will have to allow to develop federated cloud and edge computing scenarios that inherently contemplate intelligent collaboration, sustainability, and self-management across many anti-heterogeneous resources present in all kinds of IoT devices, micro-edge data centers, private enterprise clouds, federated cloud models, and public cloud setups. Based on this context, but also in our experiences in research projects, we consider that the deployment of services covering the cloud continuum need to address at least three main layers: the federation management, the cloud, and the edge. At the level of the federation management, orchestration and placement problems in the edge-to-cloud continuum will necessitate of novel management tools, programming models, and approaches potentially based on peer-to-peer and bio-inspired that cope with the heterogeneity and hyper-distribution of computing, while handling security and performance together with extreme scale, parallelization, and fault tolerance. And it is important to note that these across edge-to-cloud setups will have to be managed using the principle of subsidiarity of intelligence, meaning that the decision-making will happen at the lowest appropriate level in which the different cooperating computing environments participate. The intelligence and the knowledge about the overall system status, it has to be decentralized and spread across the diverse participating instances. And it is important to notice that security is a crucial element for the implementation of these federated environments. A key objective, but also a challenge for such federated systems, is breaking the interoperability barriers and fences which characterize the technology ecosystem vendors today. And from this point of view, it is important that the Federation promotes the collaborative coexistence of stakeholders, mapping agreements in the Federation with actual resource and service descriptions, and in which fair opportunities for all participating entities are guaranteed. And this implies, in our perspective, investigating solutions for service level agreements, policies, and load balancing for service allocation. Then at the cloud computing level, our architecture is not aimed to be bound to a specific provider, but instead it is developed with the idea of having an interoperable environment in which the freedom of choice for the user prevails. This layer aims at making use of capabilities which can be a combination of public, private, and hybrid cloud solutions developed at the level of the infrastructure and the platform as a service. And these capabilities are today available in a diversity of cloud providers. We take the idea that the cloud is the environment that provides unlimited computing, processing, and storage capacity. However, such unlimited potential, it is constrained by the network access. And also, we developed the idea that cloud platforms are particularly beneficial for tasks that require compute-intensive processing, such as the analysis of large amounts of data. Differently, the edge computing level is responsible for the provision of computational and storage capacities for the resources that are located at the edge of the network. And we take the view that today's edge computing commercial offerings that rely on a single device are kind of very simplistic, and we take the view, our architecture is taking the view that that clusters of these edge devices will be necessary in the long term. So this way, the way we envisage the edge, it is in a mechanism in which the topology of the edge system, it is complex, and multiple edge systems can be combined and interconnected among them, and to a diversity of cloud offerings, and also the configuration, the behavior, and the technology behind edge computer aim to optimize two main critical resources, energy and quality of service, focus on latency in particular. If you are interested in getting more information about our work, please visit the Future Cloud Cluster page at the clusters of European projects on cloud. Thank you very much.
Very interesting indeed, and it's clear just how important cloud technology is in achieving the targets set by the digital decade. I have Manuel Mateo Goye, Deputy Head of Unit for Cloud and Software, here with me in the studio. And also joining us remotely from Paris is Leo Isaac Donian. Hello to everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Of course, the presentations have been very, very interesting and also very informative, but I'd like to pick your brains a bit more for some more information in a Q&A session. First question for you, Manuel. How does the cloud part of the Digital Europe program relate to the digital decade?
Good afternoon, Carla, and good afternoon, Leo, and Paris, and good afternoon, everyone. Actually, it relates enormously. President von der Leyen yesterday presented in very eloquently the 4 dimensions of the digital decade: connectivity, digital public services, business uptake of technology, and skills. And cloud is really everywhere. We've set 2 objectives within the decade, which are extremely close to the cloud. First is the deployment by 2030 of 10,000 edge nodes. We've been discussing, Leo, Anna, myself, about what are edge nodes and what their importance are. It really means to deploy a net of proximity cloud services throughout Europe. There's another element which is not cloud specific, but where cloud is fundamental. It's the uptake of technology by the businesses. The idea is, and the president recalled it yesterday, is that 75% of businesses should progress towards that objective. And cloud is one of, not the only one, but is one of the fundamental ones. But then those are more businesses-oriented goals of the digital decade. But of course, the same applies to the digital sector, because the same benefits that apply to the public sector. Skills is fundamental, because skills remains today one of the limiting factors, in particular for SMEs, to uptake and shift towards cloud. And then, of course, connectivity and cloud is not the same. But once you have the pipes, the connectivity, the cables, the connection, the thing you need immediately after, right after on the stack, is the computing capacity. It's the cloud capacity.
Thank you very much, Manuel. Next question now for Leo in Paris, who joined us remotely. Hi, Leo. You spoke to us about the potential future cloud and edge services marketplace in your presentation. I was wondering if you had some details on a timeline for this.
Hello, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Hello, Manuel, and to everyone following. Yes, so Cloud Services Marketplace. Well, the calendar that was announced as part of the EU data strategy was to have a first version of this marketplace ready, operational, by the end of 2022. So some would say that that leaves little time, but actually a lot can be done in a little time. And as you will have seen, a core focus of our study was to make sure we provide recommendations that enable this to be iterative, deliver fast, create adoption without compromising on trust or compliance, and from then on build more and more features that can serve and address the requirements, the specificities of the European market.
Thank you very much for this explanation. And we have a last question for Manuel here in the studio in Brussels. You referred to cloud and edge. Can you unpack for us a bit these two concepts?
I will do so in a second, Carla, but just to confirm was what Leo was saying. This is indeed the objective, and it's still the plan. So the objective was set a bit more than a year ago and remains the plan. So things are progressing as they should. Yes, Carla, I apologize. It's a bit jargonous. Cloud and edge is one of them. I think marketplace, we've now done a good deal. There's quite a few concepts. I think sometimes middleware and services is not very clear. I mean, the easy way, the way I explain it to my grandaunt, what cloud is, it's the computer which is operating internet out there. It's the computer you don't see in front of you. And that works for her. The way I would explain to her how edge is that edge is not the big computer in a remote place that you don't see. It's the one which is in the neighborhood. So it's not the one you have in front of you. It's not the one far away. It's the one you have in the neighborhood. And I could tell her that this is something that is not that immediately useful to her, but that it will be useful to power a house, to provide her real-time health remote services and things like this. There's another confusion very much often in between services and middleware, and it is confusing. Using the same analogy and the same witness, I would say to my aunt that the services are the websites or the apps she has and she uses and the ones she sees. The middleware is what makes them work in the back end. So what makes them connect to the internet, what makes different apps speak together, what makes the webcam operate the same way, whether she's on one or the other app, and things like this. And I think this is the easy way, and this is afterwards where the children questions become more complicated. Thank you.
Excellent analogies. Thank you very much, Manuel. And also thank you very much, Leo, for joining us remotely from Paris. It seems like you have some very good plans to ensure that Europe becomes a leader in next-generation cloud technologies. We have a short break planned now, and we'll be back for the next session on how to make sure we reap all the benefits of digitizing healthcare. We'll see you after the break. Hello, and welcome back to our next session of today, focused on digital health. As the world becomes more and more digital, we see just how important it is to have secure access to our health data, to digital tools for personalized healthcare, and in general, just the need for more research in this area. We know that digitization can lead to better and more efficient healthcare systems, as well as better personalized diagnosis and treatment. Now, for the next few minutes, I will leave you in the very capable hands of our experts with a series of videos. First of all, Carrie Thompson will be giving us an introduction into the world of digital health. Szymon Bielecki will follow on genomics data spaces, Saila Rine on European cancer imaging, as well as later on cybersecurity support to healthcare, Irina Calderon on testing and experimentation, as well as later on digital transformation of health, and finally, again, an overview from Carrie Thompson on digital twins in healthcare. Let's watch all of them and find out what they have to say.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Carrie Thompson, and I'm the Deputy Head of the eHealth Wellbeing and Aging Unit in DG Connect. Well, digital technologies are profoundly changing our daily life, our way of working, how our societies function, and our environment, and they're also having a tremendous impact on the way that health and care is designed and delivered to European citizens. And technologies based on artificial intelligence have the potential to improve the different functions of public health and health care along its spectrum, from prevention, detection, diagnosis, treatment, and rehabilitation. And also in the way that we monitor European citizens' health and we empower people to have a healthy lifestyle. And the COVID-19 crisis has further highlighted the importance and the value of digital technologies and infrastructure for health, such as in the development of vaccines, for example, and in the search for potential treatments to COVID-19. And the pandemic has led us to better appreciate that we really need to accelerate this work and to put additional efforts to digitally transform health and care systems in the EU. And this means we need to support a number of different actions. Firstly, we need to support the secure cross-border access to different kinds of health data, and we need to do it in a way that citizens can trust, so with full consideration of data protection and privacy aspects. And the Digital Europe programme's actions in this area are very supportive of and linked to the creation of the European Health Data Space. And the actions will include, for example, deploying a pan-European digital infrastructure that facilitates access to different kinds of cancer images that can support the development of, for example, the next generation of diagnostic digital tools. Another action is to put in place an infrastructure that will make securely accessible across the borders the different and growing genomic data sets that exist across Europe. And this is with the intention for use by clinicians, by researchers, and with the ultimate aim to improve the speed and the precision of clinical decision-making, and again, to support the development of new digital technologies in the area of diagnostics and treatments, and to really advance the potential of personalized medicine and to bring that to the benefit of citizens. Secondly, the Digital Europe programme will support the use and deployment of artificial intelligence by creating large-scale testing and experimentation facilities in health. And these will provide a real-world environment to test and to validate state-of-the-art artificial intelligence and robotics technologies in the healthcare domain. And closely linked to this, the programme will also support actions to strengthen the way that high-performance computing is used for health. As a support to all health data use, the Digital Europe programme will include actions to strengthen the cybersecurity of health facilities, such as hospitals across the EU. Finally, support to particular ecosystems is important. For example, the Digital Europe programme will support actions towards an ecosystem for digital technologies called digital twins in health, as well as actions that support the uptake of digital solutions in health and care more generally. And taken together, these actions will provide a valuable boost in the digital transformation of health and care, and support innovation and lead to a more widespread as well as effective use of these technologies in our health and care systems. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. My name is Szymon Bielecki. I work for the European Commission for DG Connect. And I will present to you the genomic data space, the topic in Digital Europe program. Interpreting people's health characteristics is key to delivering effective health and care. Genome data, linked with clinical information, can help doctors predict, prevent, and diagnose diseases and find better treatments for patients based on their individual genomic characteristics. The first areas of real application are cancer, rare diseases, common and complex diseases, and infectious diseases, including COVID-19. Genomics also presents enormous opportunities for disease prevention through enhanced screening programs based on genomic data. The more data can be linked and analyzed together, the more knowledge, the greater precision, and the better health outcomes can be achieved. It is therefore crucial that we make full use of this data potential and connect genomic resources dispersed across Europe in numerous biobanks, hospitals, research centers, and projects. We need to reach a critical mass of data that can be assessed across borders and analyzed by doctors, researchers, and innovators. If we achieve that, we can have breakthrough benefits for all citizens, as we all may need their help as patients one day or another. The main objective of the genomics topic in the Digital Europe program is to establish sustainable cross-border access to genomic databases across Europe. The resulting genomic data resource will be interoperable with the other components of the European health data space. It will be used only by certified users and for clearly defined purposes like healthcare and health-related research and policy. Digital Europe will support building up the infrastructure needed to enable such secure cross-border access and analysis of genomic data. To ensure maximum data protection, the data will be in principle stored locally and analyzed using distributed learning and AI techniques, fully respecting the applicable data protection requirements. The project will also need to deliver a sustainable governance model and ensure citizens' trust. European governments have recognized the great potential of genomics for healthcare and research. 24 countries have signed the Genomics Declaration that aims to enable cross-border access to at least 1 million sequenced genomes across Europe. Experts from these countries have been elaborating the legal, technical, and quality requirements for a common trust framework necessary to share access to genomic data. Now, it's time to start putting these achievements into practice. The Digital Europe program will support this ambitious action.
The cancer imaging data space builds on relevant research projects funded under Horizon 2020, especially when it comes to the system architecture, metadata, data structure and quality, legal and ethics requirements, and so on. This action contributes to the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan and to the cancer mission under Horizon Europe. It will make it easier for clinicians, researchers, and innovators to access cancer images. This will lead to faster and more precise clinical decision-making, diagnostics, treatments, and predictive medicine, which in turn will benefit citizens, patients, healthcare systems, and the overall economy. To maximize the societal benefits of health data use, the data space should be supported by advanced IT tools and capacities, such as AI and high-performance computing, and appropriate computing capacities for distributed data analysis as well. Central storage may take place if the data are anonymized in accordance with applicable legal requirements. The interest for such an anonymized data source would be to use it for testing and development and validation of innovative digital tools and to accelerate the uptake of innovations in this area. The action will be in full compliance with the relevant legal, ethical, quality and interoperability requirements and standards. It should address also the business model and uptake strategy and explain the motivation and incentives for all stakeholders at the different levels to support the data space towards its sustainability.
The demand for high-quality health and care by European citizens is increasing. At the same time, there is an urgent need for cost-effectiveness in the context of an aging society and growing numbers of chronically ill patients. Technologies based on artificial intelligence and robotics have the potential to improve the efficiency, security, and quality of the prevention, detection, diagnosis, treatment, care, rehabilitation, and monitoring of European citizens' health, as well as to promote healthy lifestyle. The awarded projects will develop testing and experimentation facilities, TEFs, with a focus on full integration, testing, and validation of advanced AI-based technologies, such as Internet of Things, active and assisted living technologies, and robotics technologies for health and care. The objectives of the TEFs are to accelerate the testing by mutualizing the infrastructures of the administrative, medical, and ethical procedures and certifications, as well as to advance personalized medicine and person-centered care, with the aim to increase the effectiveness, resilience, and sustainability of European health and care systems and reduce healthcare delivery inequalities in Europe, while ensuring compliance with relevant legal, ethical, quality, and interoperability requirements. The TEFs will operate as multidisciplinary settings having a common collaboration framework. They will provide physical and digital access to large resources and will offer support, research partners, clinical expertise in AI and robotics, data and training. They should be close to where health and care services are provided, but also cover multiple health and care processes within the realm of research, innovation, and regulation. They will gather researchers, medical and clinical professionals, patients, industrial developers, innovators, and end users, and they may include regulatory sandboxes. These facilities could be centralized or distributed across several locations around a central node in order to reflect sector diversity and possibly support some remote operations. The infrastructures established within these facilities will include both the hardware and the software, including trusted and secured access to data necessary to provide the different services. They should allow for large-scale in silico, in vitro, ex vivo, and in vivo testing when relevant. Links should be made to existing structures and networks as appropriate. Finally, the facilities may include a range of use cases in different fields, such as treatments in various fields, including cancer and pediatrics, detection of tumors from imaging, robotic surgery or robotics assistance and rehabilitation, active and assisted living technologies for elderly or disabled persons, support to doctors' decision-making, including personalized predictive and gender-sensitive treatments, logistics, management of flows and process efficiency in hospitals. On top of the expected outcomes related to efficiency of health and care treatments and delivery, the TEFs will also contribute to position the European Union as a leader in artificial intelligence and robotics for healthcare by promoting the generation of new companies, retaining talent, and creating new jobs. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. I'm Saila Rinne. I work as a head of sector for policy in the eHealth Wellbeing and Aging unit of DG Connect. And I'm going to tell you about cybersecurity support for health under Digital Europe program. So this action under the Digital Europe program is supporting cybersecurity in the health sector and has the main focus on enhancing the resilience in the healthcare domain. As we all know, the health sector has been under particular stress over the recent years, and especially during the COVID-19 crisis. The objective of this action is to prevent and limit safety-critical cybersecurity incidents affecting hospitals and health services providers. The focus will be on improving cybersecurity capabilities of health institutions across the EU. Such capabilities include cybersecurity services and products, skills and training, awareness raising, and exchange of information, among others. This action is expected to provide up-to-date tools for health organizations and in particular for SMEs to protect themselves against cybersecurity threats. It is also expected to contribute to data sharing with the aim of improving security collectively. The tools covered by this action could support, for instance, the implementation of the requirements outlined in the Directive on Security of Network and Information Systems, or the uptake of software tools, methods, organizational and management practices, as well as training materials dedicated to cybersecurity and data protection in hospitals and care environments. Also, data management solutions contributing to data security in the health sector, as well as cybersecurity education, awareness and skills in hospitals and care environments could be supported under this action. Thank you for your attention.
In its communication on enabling the digital transformation of health and care in the digital single market, empowering citizens and building a healthier society, the Commission sets out a number of measures for the large-scale use of digital tools for citizen empowerment and person-centered care. These measures depend on active contributions from local and regional ecosystems, stakeholder groups and organizations, including industry, civil society, academia, and the public administration. This coordination and support action aims to support the uptake of digital solutions in health and care by facilitating the alignment and strengthening the coordination of policies, strategies, instruments and activities in digital health. It shall analyze and monitor the uptake of digital health solutions in regions with particular focus on rural and remote areas, member states and associated countries. This will include independent living and telemedicine, primary and secondary use of health data, related standards, certification and relevant exchange formats and interoperability. The assessment will also cover wider aspects such as economic value to both patients and health and care systems, their impact on health and care efficiency, a continuity of care, financing and reimbursement models, and citizen empowerment. This action shall stimulate mutual learning and transfer of innovative practices between regions, member states, and associated countries, and support large-scale deployment of trusted digital health solutions and services, as well as facilitate the benchmarking, the impact assessment, and knowledge sharing between stakeholders. As an outcome, the action should bring to a consolidation of a European framework and a strong ecosystem of digital health solutions and services, covering technological and organizational innovation and addressing the needs of the involved stakeholders, including those of small and medium enterprises and startups. This action should deliver a set of coordination and support measures to foster upscaling and large-scale deployment through transfer of innovative practices between regions and member states, and capacity building for local and regional authorities to deliver creative and workable solutions, focusing on a comprehensive, innovative-based approach towards digital health. It should create a cooperation mechanism facilitating regular exchanges between the demand, both public and private procurers, and supply, including SMEs and startup sites, to identify the difficulties innovators may experience in scaling up solutions across borders in the EU, and define measures to improve cross-border deployment of these solutions.
Thank you. My name is Kerry Thompson. I'm the Deputy Head of the eHealth Wellbeing and Ageing Unit in DG Connect. The digital transformation of health and care is about transforming patient care and using innovation to be able to make better use both of health data and better use of the new powerful digital technologies such as artificial intelligence and supercomputing, so that we can improve health outcomes for citizens or achieve efficiencies in our health and care systems. One of the many exciting technologies being explored across the EU now are digital twins in healthcare. And here we're talking about digital models or virtual simulations, if you like, of an organ in your body, such as the heart or the brain. It's still an emerging field, but these technologies have great potential to transform how we deliver health and care to patients. And they also have great value as research tools, such as for testing new treatments to see how your body is likely to respond to them, for example. The Digital Europe programme will support the ecosystem for this kind of technology in the EU by strengthening the cooperation between different kinds of actors. For example, actions that will effectively bring together the inputs of the different stakeholders, whether it's academia or the private sector or the regulators, and of course the end users. The potential of these technologies will further develop as we see more advances in science and technology. Therefore, the Digital Europe will also include actions to really strengthen the interoperability of these approaches that are underway right now across the EU, so as to ensure that these technologies can develop with a common basis for linkage. And the purpose is really to prepare the European ecosystem to be able to bring the full potential of digital twins in healthcare, to support the development of better prevention approaches, faster and more accurate diagnoses, and again, bring them towards the potential of, for example, personalized medicine.
Some really interesting information and insights on digital health, a part of our lives that has become even more important recently. But it's fantastic to see just how many developments are planned in this area. I welcome Kerry Thompson now, live from the studio in Luxembourg, to continue the discussion with me on digital health. Kerry is the Deputy Head of Unit for Health, Wellbeing and Aging. Welcome, Kerry, and thank you very much for coming back to us for a further conversation on this topic. Since it's just you and me, it'll be a bit like ping pong, but we have some questions, and let's get straight into it. What is the link, first of all, between the different topics related to health published for the first 2 years of the Digital Europe programme?
Good afternoon, Carla, and yeah, I'm looking forward to continuing the conversation that we've started. So, the link between these different actions is that they're all intended to support an ongoing agenda on the digital transformation of health and care. And this is something that we, for example, issued a communication, a policy paper in 2018 that set out our kind of overarching vision of what was needed and how this should work. And it had 3 broad goals. The first was about making sure that patients and citizens are able to access their health data, perhaps as they travel across the EU, or perhaps if they want to share their health data securely with another healthcare provider for a second opinion, for example. And the second objective is about encouraging an uptake of digital tools and services, accelerating this uptake into health and care systems. And the third objective is really about developing good quality health data in sufficient volume that can be used to work with the new generation of digital tools, artificial intelligence, and so forth, to really bring forward the great potential of digital. So since that communication in 2018, a lot of work has happened already, and this will be a continuation of that. So, for example, we are now working very much also on a European health data space, which is something that will help with the access of the health data and making the health data securely available. And of course, this builds on something called My Health, My Data, which is an infrastructure that's already being developed to more easily share electronic health records. And the Commission also hopes to come forward, in fact, this year with a legislative proposal on a European health data space. So what these all have in common is that they're further contributions to these major goals. And we talk in terms of using health data, for example, the primary health of health data, which might be you as a citizen using your own health data or sharing with your clinicians, or your clinicians using for your benefit. Or we talk about the secondary use of health data, where we're trying to gather health data for use more by researchers and innovators. And the DEP actions, in fact, contribute to both of these two major uses.
Thank you, Carrie. And the next question on a different topic related to digital health this time. What is the main objective of the genomics topic in the Digital Europe program?
Yes, well, I think as was mentioned also in the video, it's really about supporting now a political initiative that started in 2018 with the signing of a declaration called the 1+ Million Genomes Declaration. And this is where a number of member states, we now have 22 member states who've signed this declaration, and they've all agreed that they will work together to make genomic data securely accessible across EU borders. In order to really achieve the volume of genomic data that we need to be incredibly useful for developing the next generation of tools, or for training, for example, tools that will support your clinical decision maker. So that's the kind of the background to it. Really what the action, of course, is about work has been ongoing now for a number of years. It started literally from scratch, but working together, the member states have started to tackle, how do we go about this task? What needs to be done? What are the ethical challenges? What are the social challenges? What are the trust issues? Because, of course, this is very highly protected data. And they've now got to the point where they wish to start putting in place an actual infrastructure. And this is really what the action is about. It's about building up an actual infrastructure that will be the mechanism through which this data is linked across borders.
So you mentioned that genomics data is highly sensitive and that it will be protected. How exactly? Could you tell us?
Yes, I mean, it is very, very sensitive data, of course. And so, as Shimon mentioned in the video, the idea is that the data will be locally stored, so stored in member states where it is held in really quite strict conditions, for example, in national biobanks. And so that's a fundamental principle of this kind of linkage of health data, that we don't move the data. It's the digital tools that will move and will link the data and will gather value. And that's absolutely critically important, particularly in data such as this, which is so incredibly sensitive. So alongside this local storage, we would then use distributed learning and AI technologies that would be employed through the infrastructure to gather the value to a researcher sitting in one country rather than the other, and to enable this the value for research or innovation purposes to be gathered. And so, as you can imagine, what's incredibly important is the interoperability, for example, of the rules in place, so that the member states can have a researcher accessing it from one member state can access value in the genomic data from across the EU.
Thank you. In one of the videos, Saila mentions the European cancer imaging. We know there's an initiative on this as well. Could you tell us a bit about it?
Yes, absolutely. So, like the initiative that we have on genomic data, the Cancer Imaging Initiative, is another way in which the Digital Europe programme is really going to contribute to the stock of the quality and availability and secure accessibility of important health data needed for development of the next generation of AI tools. And this is a very interesting initiative because what we're trying to do is build on a number of ongoing projects that are taking place right now, funded through the Horizon project. And there are 5 very large projects that are all looking at collecting different kinds of images of different kinds of cancer, from prostate, breast, lung, and so forth. And we're encouraging these projects to work very closely together so that when they meet common challenges, that they will tackle them in an interoperable and develop an interoperable solution for it. So what we then want to see, what these projects are also working on, is things like issues around how to anonymize this data well, and how to best work with artificial intelligence in this data. And so then the plan would be, through this action in the DEP, in the Digital Europe programme, would be to move that a step forward, to then create a way of actively linking these different stores of data together, which are currently fragmented, but to bring them together. And then to also link it with another part of the Digital Europe programme, which is the creation of testing and experimentation facilities. So to see this data accessible through these new infrastructures, alongside the other resources that these infrastructures will provide, the artificial intelligence resources, and so to really enable innovators to use this for development purposes.
And how does this initiative fit in with other objectives related to cancer that the European Commission has?
Yes, so the Commission adopted a European Beaten Cancer Plan in February this year. This is one of the, and of course there is the ongoing cancer mission. And so this is very much initiative alongside those two initiatives. So it's it's really about enabling. One of the early successes that we've heard much publicised, in fact, in the literature around digital technology is the value of AI, particularly in relation to their use in training, in diagnostic tools, and how very effective they are. And this has got benefits, of course, to the citizen, because having your for example, image analysed by both a human and an AI-based tool has been shown to be, at least as fast and efficient, if not faster and more efficient, than 2 humans, which is often the kind of standard scenario. So this, of course, benefits you as a citizen if we can make this work even better. So we can have, and then we can have faster diagnosis, and it also liberates, of course, the other human to then do radiology tasks which only a human can do. For example, communication with the patient, for example. So I think this brings great benefits both to the patients and to the clinical environments, and to the resources, the constrained resources within health and care systems.
Indeed. And thinking about cybersecurity in health, what is the main objective of this action within the Digital Europe programme?
Yes, so first of all, a bit of background. I think that people who are watching more widely will see how major a role cybersecurity plays in the Digital Europe programme. And of course, this action is contributing to bringing these resources more specifically to the health and care system. The resources generally being supported through the Digital Europe programme will, of course, bring great benefits. And here we're talking about the work that will happen, to develop quantum cybersecurity techniques, for example. And the Commission has already done a great deal of work to develop the frameworks for cybersecurity in the form of the NIS Directive, the Cybersecurity Act, and of course in the creation of the ENISA agency. So here what we're really trying to do, it's about understanding how incredibly important this is, because clearly the use of health data is growing. There's more and more information being digitized, and we know, unfortunately, that it's of great value to the sort of hacker environment, because it's sensitive and it has value. So, and we've seen only recently, in fact, quite a major cybersecurity incident happened in Ireland. So it's absolutely essential that we keep pace, that we keep bringing the new technologies, and that we reduce the risk and lessen the chances of these kinds of attacks. So the aim is really to fundamentally to bring support to, in fact, the community of organizations that a hospital might draw on as they look to strengthen their own cybersecurity capacity. So, as hospitals need to strengthen their capacity, they will look to draw on actors in the private sector. But we want to make sure that there's an active and vibrant and functioning ecosystem that the hospitals and the healthcare providers can draw on. So that's fundamentally where we're placing this kind of action.
I see. So what kind of tools and solutions could be covered by this cybersecurity and health action?
Yes. Indeed, it's about really making sure that there are these up-to-date solutions available to SMEs to really increase the opportunities for training for SMEs to share, organizations to share information, to form as an ecosystem, to raise awareness, also in hospitals of the need for these kinds of services. So it's really to really bolster across the board with the latest technologies and tools, and also protocols around appropriate kind of internal processes and knowledge and training on those kinds of aspects as well.
Thank you, Carrie. And one final question from us today. You mentioned testing and experimentation facilities in health. How should they function?
Right. So I think testing and experimentation facilities, I think, are an incredibly important part of what we're trying to achieve in the Digital Europe programme, particularly as regards health. Because at the end of the day, what we need to be able to do is to make this data securely accessible to those actors in our society who can really add value to it. Of course, you've seen testing and experimentation facilities are infrastructures across the board, but we want to really create an environment, create a resource that actors looking to test their products, particularly towards perhaps the end of their testing before placing on the market, where they can go, where they can access the best quality data, so they can really train the product well, where they can test it in relation to real-world environments. So there should be access to clinical settings, and they can then do the final steps of the testing before then looking to actually place it on the market. So we see these, for example, working very complementarily with the Digital Innovation Hubs network that would also be put in place. So. And as I mentioned earlier, in relation to the cancer imaging projects, we see the anonymized cancer imaging in a way as a kind of first example of first kind of health data that we can share, and you can use that to see how it all works.
Thank you very much, Carrie, for joining us today from the studio in Luxembourg and answering all of our questions, as well as to all of your colleagues for their presentations. Some very interesting initiatives on the horizon, clearly a lot of exciting developments and plans under the Digital Europe program for digital health. This concludes our session on this very important topic. We hope you have found it useful, and thank you for tuning in to find out what we have planned under the Digital Europe program and how it will enable the potential of digital health in the EU. We now have a break, so if you need to stretch your legs or grab a cup of coffee or tea, we will return a bit later and with a new session on advancing digital skills. See you shortly. Welcome back to one of our final sessions of the day, where we will explore the Advanced Digital Skills pillar of the Digital Europe program. This is the smallest in terms of budget, but it comes with very high ambitions. With 580 million euros over the next 7 years, the actions envisaged have the aim to contribute to the target set by the digital decade of reaching 20 million ICT specialists by 2030. Of course, actions in the education field are complemented and go in synergy with those implemented by member states, as well as other funds such as Erasmus or the European Social Fund. I am joined today in the studio by Fabrizia Benini, the Deputy Director for Digital Transformation, and her colleagues Silvia Mericio and Artur Treguier, Policy Officers for the Digital Economy, Recovery Plan and Skills. But first, let's discover more about this pillar of advanced digital skills in the next videos.
Hello, I would like to talk to you about digital skills. The pandemic has shown that to be resilient, our economies and societies need to be able to use digital tools proficiently. We see that in our daily lives. Digital technologies have allowed pupils and students to study remotely, their parents to work from home, and despite social distancing, we managed to continue social interactions. But the pandemic has also exposed the vulnerabilities of our digital space. It's increased interdependency on critical, often non-EU-based technologies, where instances of cyber threats, disinformation, theft are not uncommon. Now, these vulnerabilities make it imperative to ensure that all citizens and businesses in Europe can leverage the digital transformation in the respect of the values we share and cherish. The respect of our privacy, a fair and equitable access to online services where the same online rights are applied. Reflecting these challenges, the Digital Decade communication sets out a vision to endow Europe with the relevant digital capabilities, deliver a digitally skilled workforce, and make our citizens digitally savvy. Europe aims to have at least 20 million digital specialists by 2030, and to ensure that 80% of Europeans have at least basic digital skills. This is where the actions of the Digital Europe program for advanced digital skills will come into play. With a total budget of 580 million euro, these actions will support consortia, bringing together universities, businesses, both big and small, together with competence centers in digital technologies. Our aim is excellence in the quality of trainings given and in the involvement of researchers and businesses. Our common objective is to support centers of academic excellence, fully integrated with the industrial and research components, able to deliver world-class academic and research results, and promoting breakthrough innovations. Europe needs to become the world leader in training data engineers, quantum scientists, or cybersecurity experts. The skills pillar of the Digital Europe program foresees a number of actions to reach this goal. The majority of resources will be devoted to support specialized master programs in advanced digital technologies. Support will also target SMEs' digitization needs. The action is part of the SME strategy that was announced last year by the Commission. Job placements in key industrial infrastructures, such as high-performance computing centers or the Cybersecurity Competence Center, are also included. All these funding opportunities will be showcased in the Digital Skills and Jobs platform. This is a one-stop shop providing access to information and training on digital areas for citizens, workers, and students that want to know more about digital skills. So additionally, we also support the use of digital technologies in education and skills intelligence so that our support is geared to those actions and areas that need it most.
Hello, let me tell you more about the actions supported by the Digital Europe program. In the first 2 years, the Digital Europe program will devote 120 million to support master programs and courses in key digital areas. Why? because we know that Europe is lacking hundreds of thousands of data specialists, cyber, quantum experts, among others. And the offer of these courses is not always available in the EU or accessible to all. These masters will be delivered and designed by consortia of higher education institutions with businesses and excellence centers. In this way, Europe will be able to pool its best resources and expertise to deliver an excellent offer. The aim is, on the one side, to increase the number of students in digital areas, to contribute training more and more digital experts in highly demanded fields, and at the same time encourage organizations to work together closely and increase the attractiveness of EU education offer. Who can apply? Higher education institutions located in different member states will need to join forces in consortia together with excellence centers and businesses. These partnerships need to be sustainable over time and show a high degree of integration. The role of each partner and its added value will need to be clear. Consortia will be asked to design and deliver specialized education programs for 60, 90, or 120 ECTS. Programs can focus on cybersecurity, data analysis, artificial intelligence, among other technologies. But they can also address more of these areas or the application of a digital technology in a specific sector. This can be health, food, or transport. Funding will be available to design the program and support its delivery. A degree needs to be awarded upon successful completion of the master program. To be accessible to everyone, part of the master programs will be made available online in the Digital Skills and Jobs platform. Funding will also be available to upgrade technical equipment, to ensure that students have access to the latest technologies, improve facilities, as well as explore innovative ways to use technology in teaching and learning. Also, to tackle the shortage of teaching staff, incentives can be provided to experts in digital areas to contribute to the teaching activities. Hands-on activities, challenge-based projects are encouraged to take place with the involvement of the business and research partners. Scholarships or other financial support will be available to students in order to ensure that everyone can access high-quality specialized courses in digital areas. An adequate promotion should be carried out in order to attract students to career in digital while ensuring gender equality. EU funding will cover 50% of the total expenditure, and in-kind contribution will be accepted as co-financing. Call in this area will be published soon. Stay tuned.
To face the digital and green twin transition, European startups as well as more established SMEs are challenged by a lack of skilled employees. 53% of companies trying to recruit ICT specialists find it difficult. It's up to 56% for European SMEs. In the near future, around 90% of jobs in Europe are expected to need some kind of digital competencies. But today, we estimate that 35% of the labor force do not have digital skills, or only a very low level. This is especially true for SMEs workers. Moreover, SMEs are facing specific challenges related to skills development and acquisition. They don't have the capacity to send workers for long and expensive trainings. Because of competition with larger employers, they have difficulties to attract expert or just digitally skilled workers. For SMEs, there is also an increased risk of losing workers once they have been trained. We want to help SMEs to face this challenge with Digital Euro program. It will support the development of short-term training courses such as digital crash courses. These courses will focus on emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, or blockchain, but not only. With this ambitious program, there will be around 25 million euros to finance short-term trainings. The objective is to increase the training offer to a sufficient level to allow at least to train or retrain 20,000 people in the first 2 years of the program. The idea behind is that we want to give the means to all companies to upskill and reskill their staff with short-term trainings in Europe. Unemployed will not be left behind, and this short-term training will also be available for them. We want to build new courses that answer clear needs from European companies. The problem is that these SMEs are often not aware of their actual needs for digital skills. Based on recent desk research, we established a list of most needed digital skills. They are the following: cloud computing, cybersecurity, data science, digital marketing and the use of social media, Internet of Things, machine learning and artificial intelligence, software, engineering, and web development. The content of these courses will therefore be based on SMEs' needs in certain technology. It will also provide the adequate degree of flexibility that is needed for the employees to attend. Trainings will be tailor-made to the audience, in particular regarding job functionality and responsibility within the company more than a specific sector. As for the location, we have witnessed radical change in the last years. We expect this training activity to take place at SME's workplace, but also remotely. All courses will be showcased in the digital skills and job platform that will also benefit from the Digital Europe program funding. Digital innovation hubs will act as intermediaries between SMEs and university or training provider at the local level. These short-term trainings will be supported by the second call to be launched this autumn. Stay tuned. We want to bring all initiatives and actions under one roof. This is why we have launched the Digital Skills and Jobs platform. It is a one-stop shop, or as we call it, the home for digital skills and jobs in Europe. It brings information and people together. The platform helps job seekers to find up and reskilling opportunities. It serves businesses to design the right training for employees. It navigates policymakers through national and European strategy, and most importantly, it offers a lively community. Do you need information about funding? Are you looking for a quick link to relevant policies action in one EU member state? Or do you want to read blog posts from opinion makers and influencers? You will find it all in the Digital Skills and Jobs platform. Additionally, it will be the tool for digital skills action under the Digital Europe program. It will connect you with partners, show replicable good practices, offer discussions forums to pitch ideas, and provide you with some resources, insight, and data. When you apply for funding from Digital Europe program, the platform is the best starting point. It supports the European Digital Skills and Jobs Coalition, its action, and pledges of its members. On top of it, the platform is seamlessly connected with National Coalition for Digital Skills and Jobs. These partnerships group most of the relevant actors on the national level, and the platform makes it easier for them to exchange information and experience. In a nutshell, the platform will help us to reach the objective of the digital decade and will showcase all the successful projects and achievements of the Digital Europe's action in the field of digital skills and jobs.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Rehana Schwinninger-Ladak, and I'm the head of the unit in charge of interactive technologies, digital for culture and education in DigiConnect at the European Commission. One of the missions of my unit is to support the digital transformation of educational systems and the uptake of technologies for better teaching and learning. This specific action is at the intersection of the Digital Decade vision as well as the Digital Education Action Plan 21-27, which outlines the European Commission's vision for high-quality, inclusive, and accessible digital education in Europe. We have seen during the various waves of the COVID-19 crisis how much the education system has suffered from the various lockdowns and closures of schools. At the same time, we are witnessing how technology is being used at an unprecedented scale in all sectors, industrial and societal. In education and training, the crisis has been an accelerator in the adoption of digital technologies. These open up a wealth of opportunities for students to learn in a more engaging and personalized manner, and for teachers to better assess the progress made by pupils, for example. Technologies also offer untapped potentials for schools to improve their organizational efficiency. So this call is targeted specifically at further deploying the use of technologies in education by boosting innovation that can be brought by the EdTech industry, specifically startups and SMEs. So without being exhaustive, the scope of the action should cover 1. Hosting a pan-European network to bring together European edtech startups, SMEs, with relevant actors such as industry associations, investors, policymakers and ministries, schools, teachers, educators, university, research organizations, experts, and NGOs. The action should also support edtech companies with business and educational mentoring and training services. The action will also collect up-to-date data to better understand the edtech startup and SME landscape in Europe. And the action will also develop guidelines aiming at fostering a wider European edtech industry for the development of digital education content, solutions, and tools. And the action will propose a roadmap towards a vibrant European edtech ecosystem. And with this, let me thank you for your attention.
An ambitious set of actions and clearly an innovative approach to education and training. And I think we can all agree just how important digital skills are in general, and it's great to see what can be facilitated on this front through the Digital Europe program. But now let's start with some questions and answers with our guests in the studio today. Fabrizia, my first question is to you. How do you see this cooperation between the different actors that you mentioned during your presentations, and what is the added value to it?
Well, good afternoon, Carla and everybody. Well, the added value, I think, is, we hope it will be, that it will deliver on the challenges we identified during the preparation of the program. The first challenge is one of capacity. Europe does not have enough master courses in advanced digital technologies, if we compare it, for instance, with the US or the UK. This means that 1/3 of all young people that have applied to these courses in Europe have been turned down because we do not have enough capacity. Our second big challenge is to make sure that we deliver the skills that businesses need in order to be able to digitize. The Digital Europe program, as you can see, it's very ambitious, and it will develop and deploy several technologies. We need to make sure that there is the capacity to train the people that will deploy them. And our last challenge, our aim and goal, is to deliver on excellence. It is not enough to deliver on quantity. We need to be best in class. And to do that, we want to bring together, as it was explained in the video, universities, excellence centers, because they have the latest state of technology together with research centers, but also businesses, big and small, so that in designing together the course, it will fit, hopefully, these challenges and needs we've identified. And I was very happy to see yesterday Robert Jan Smits in the digital skills session mentioning a very similar approach in Eindhoven that has resulted through a tight cooperation between public authorities, businesses and universities, together with research center, has resulted in a very good and first-class ecosystem that has been very impactful at the local and national level.
Excellent. So we want quantity and quality when we're talking about advanced digital skills. Sylvia, my next question is to you. We know that most of the budget will indeed be dedicated to new specialized education programs. You already tested support for these types of programs with a pilot call last year. Can you elaborate a bit more on the call for master's courses in comparison to the pilot call that was supported by the Connect Europe facility?
Thank you, Carla. Yes, we are actually learning from this experience. The Connect Europe facility pilot supported 4 master courses in artificial intelligence, 2 of them focusing specifically on 2 sectors. One is public administration and the other one is health. As you have heard in the video, the Digital Europe program will address more areas, more technologies, such as cybersecurity, blockchain, cloud, so more technologies will be addressed, but also the intersection of these technologies. And we also would like to continue focusing on equipping professionals with advanced digital skills. So we would like to support masters in non-ICT field to equip professionals with these advanced digital skills. We believe this is a key element in order to foster digital technology deployment across all economic sectors. We have also already heard from Fabrizia the importance that the partnerships and the composition of the consortia has in delivering this master, so I will not elaborate further on this, but this is a key element that we have seen it has a big added value. Then, of course, funding will also be available for a number of additional actions. For example, for upgrading technical facilities. So as students, they can learn the latest with the technologies that reflect the latest development in the market. But students will also need to be supported in their participation. So if we want to increase the number of students, we need that everyone can have access to these high-quality learning opportunities. So these are the main features that will be addressed by the new call.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. And Arthur, you are my next target. You mentioned in the video the support for short-term training. Can you tell us a bit more about that? Who will design these courses? Who can be the beneficiaries?
Yeah, sure. So maybe I can start with answering who will be the beneficiary. And we have two target groups. So the first one will be those who already have a job but who want to remain up to date with the latest technological development, who want to upskill and reskill themselves with digital competencies. But we are also targeting unemployed, because we believe that they can't be left behind. So they will also enjoy these short-term trainings. So then, in terms of design of these short-term trainings, we really want to answer a clear demand, so from the employees, and we really want to target the specific needs of the employees with these short-term trainings. It was said already by my colleagues, but it was also said yesterday during the skill session, we really want everyone to work together on this program, and I think it's really key, and it was said by all of the speakers yesterday, indeed by Robert Ian Smith, but also by others. We need businesses to work with training institutions, with universities, with excellence centers, digital innovation hubs, and we want all of them to actually design these short-term trainings that will answer specific needs for employees. And maybe something which is also really important, and something we have witnessed, is that actually the SMEs employees have also specific needs for short-term trainings, because we know that for them it's quite difficult to actually engage in these short-term trainings, and we really want to focus on them as well, to be sure that we can offer them tailor-made trainings that will clearly answer their needs.
So then these courses are not just available only to SMEs, they're a bit wider?
Yeah, definitely it will be wider, but we have this specific objective for SMEs employees, because we know that they're actually facing challenges to find this short-term training. So we have this target group indeed, but they will not be the only one to benefit from these short-term trainings. And also something I didn't say, but it's really important, that some elements of these courses will actually be available online, because we know, and we have witnesses during the past years, that actually people want to upskill and reskill directly online, and they want to participate in this MOOC or online training. So some elements of these short-term trainings will actually be available online, and we mentioned it in the video. So they will be available in the Digital Skills and Jobs platform we just launched last week. So yeah, it's really important that we have both this hybrid format being available physically, because we also know that people actually want to take these classes, but also online, so all Europeans can actually benefit from it.
Thank you very much, Arthur. And you mentioned the platform where we will find these courses. Fabrizia, where will we be able to find all of the other opportunities?
Well, of course, there is a website for the Digital Europe program that will cover all the entire program. But I must say, the Digital Skills and Jobs platform is the place to go. We said so, Arthur said so in the video, and it is indeed something quite novel. It will grow as users make reference to it and engage in the community. But it is novel because it brings together all the European programs that affect digital skills, and there are about 6 of them. So the training opportunities will be listed there. The policies from the different departments, and we will have the same mirror in the member states, because the Digital Skills and Jobs Coalition are built on the assumption, on the belief that delivering on digital skills, both basic and advanced, is a question of a pipeline that starts from primary school and ends well, the last day that you switch on a computer or look at your television. So therefore, a long life learning undertaking. And so to do that, all the departments, all the ministries that are involved and contribute to this need to be involved and part of the community. So it is a novel place, and we hope to build it in time to be as impactful as we possibly can.
Well, I must say I would actually like to have a look at it myself, even though I am a few years past my university years. But
no, it's long life learning. I look at it. I look at it, and my whole team, we've embarked into an AI element course that as soon as the pandemic allows, we need to enroll in. There's no stop learning, especially in digital skills.
That is very true. And just to check, can we find the master's course on this platform, Sylvia?
Of course, everything will be showcased there, and every technology will have its little home. So if I'm a student and I'm looking for a master course in cybersecurity, for example, I will go to the platform, I will click on the cybersecurity window, and I will be able to see listed all the opportunities for learning and training in cybersecurity. We're now testing this with the information that will soon be available for the artificial intelligence master courses that are financed with the pilot, and soon we will be able to find how to apply, when the courses will start, and also part of the modules of these masters will also be available to be taken in the platform.
It's very good to know. And actually, my next question is also for you. Going forward, how do you plan to gather information on how skills needs evolve and what is necessary to deliver high-quality programs in digital areas?
This is spot on, because actually what we really want is that these opportunities remain up to date. We are addressing an area which is very fast-paced. Technology is evolving very rapidly. So in order to be able to publish calls which are asking for the most up-to-date proposals, we need to have this kind of insights. This is also why we are launching a dedicated call, a coordination and support action call to gather this input. So on the one side, we would like to have skills intelligence and analysis on emerging skills trends, so what is needed from the labor market, but also what are the demands from the student, and also we would like to see what are the key success factors for an excellent master's. So excellence is our aim, and we want to see what is really working there. The analysis need to be provided in a relative short time frame, because we will need these insights in order to build up and shape the new calls.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. And my next question is for Fabrizia. I understand that there is also a new initiative from the EU to foster European university alliances. How does this relate to the Digital Europe program?
Well, the European Universities Alliance's aim is to allow, to support financially universities to build capacity networks amongst themselves. They are not particularly targeting digital, but it is a question of making sure that European universities, some of them small, can grow in capacity by creating links. And those university alliances that will choose digital will be best placed to bid for the Digital Europe program skills actions, because they will already have entered into a closer cooperation with other universities. But of course, they will also need to bring on board the competence centers and the businesses to fit our calls.
I see. Thank you very much. And another question for you, Arthur, this time. Can you tell us about the job placements in key digital infrastructure?
Yeah, sure. So it was, again, already said, so the aim of this program is really to achieve excellence. And this job placement, again, the objective is really excellence. So with the job placement, the first 2 years, it will be only for high-performance computing. And the objective is really to give the opportunity to students and researchers to discover actually one of the best excellence centers in Europe with the joint undertaking Euro-HPC. So during these first 2 years, yes, they will have the opportunity to discover and to work and study with this joint undertaking. And then we will open to other key emerging technologies as well.
Thank you very much, Arthur. And one final question for today for Fabrizia. You are also responsible in your unit for the recovery and resilience plans. How do you see the synergies between what member states will do for advanced digital skills and the actions of the Digital Europe program?
Well, the RRF facility foresees that 20% of the total allocations have to be devoted to digital, and member states are doing so by putting forward investments and reforms in their plans. Now, each time they present a plan, each time they present a reform or an investment, they have to indicate what EU funds relate to that type of action, i.e., where are the synergies that they foresee. But to give you a more perhaps hands-on approach, the RRF allows member states to spend at national level to upgrade their education systems, to introduce reforms to their education systems at all levels, to change curricula, to buy equipment, the latest equipment. And this, I think, is key because, as we saw in Rihanna's presentation before, the COVID crisis has impacted education in a massive way. So there is definitely a need for that support. The Digital Europe program, on the other hand, has transnational actions that will impact on the availability of courses on these very advanced technologies throughout Europe. We're making sure that everybody is able to participate. So I think it's a synergetic approach that both contributes to the digital decade targets.
Thank you very much to all of you for being here today and answering all of these questions on advanced digital skills. I think everyone at home has a lot to learn on this topic. And I think you have a great plan to make the EU the best place for teaching and learning advanced digital technologies. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. More information on this topic will be available as soon as the work program and specific calls will be published. So definitely make sure to stay tuned, make sure to check the platform and the websites for more information. And I will see you after a short break for our final session here. After a whole day of learning about the implementation of the Digital Europe program and the various actions related to health, to digital skills, now we will have a session dedicated on how to write your own proposal for the Digital Europe program so you can get funding for your action. Make sure you stay tuned and see you after the break. Good afternoon, and welcome back to the Leading the Digital Decade event for our final session of the day. After a whole day of discussions and presentations on the implementation of the Digital Europe program, we think it's time to give you some practical information on how to prepare and submit a successful proposal to get funding for your actions through the program. You will learn in this session how to find guidance, get familiar with the call document. We will also take a look at the proposal forms, understand the submission tool, and get acquainted with the evaluation process. All of this in the following video. Let's take a look.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Francisco Guirao. I work in the European Commission in the Connect Direction General Unit R5, the unit which deals with the implementation of the program. With this talk, I would like to help you to write and submit a successful proposal for the Digital Europe program. After this talk, I hope you will be able to know where to find guidance for the program, that you are familiar with the call documents, and also that you understand how to use the submission tool, how it should be the structure of your proposal, and finally, how your proposal will be evaluated. First of all, you need to know that all the information you will need to submit for proposal is available in the Funding and Tender Opportunities portal. There, you will find all information you need about the Digital Europe program, but also from other European Union programs, so that you know all the opportunities you may have to fund your work. We hope that this is a user-friendly portal where you will easily find the Digital Europe program. In the landing page of the program, you will have a search functionality to help you to find the activities of your interest, and a how to participate tab that will guide you with the key steps to follow. We'll facilitate the access to the reference documents, we'll give you access to the participants' registration, and we'll also facilitate you to find partners. The portal will also be your site to interact with European Commission services through your personal space, which you may access with your EU login credential. You may already have it if you have already interacted with the EC, or you can easily create it with the only requisite of linking it to your email. But let us see step by step how to use that information. First of all, if you want to apply to the Digital Europe program, you need to have a close look to two documents. One is the work program, where we describe the different activities to do in each strategic objective and each topic. So you need to identify in this work program the topic where your projects will match. Then you will need to look at the call document to know the most relevant aspects of the topic against you want to apply. You will have in this call document the description of the objectives, scope, deliverables, key performance indicators, and budget, and also the specific conditions that you may apply to your topic, as eligibility and our criteria, security, and ethics. Let us talk now on how your proposal will be submitted to us. You will use the electronic submission system that is accessible from the Funding and Tenders portal again. Therefore, you will need to log in the portal, go to your topic page, and there you will find the button to access the submission system. You will then be guided by a wizard. You only need to follow his proposed steps. First, you will be requested to create the proposal with a few basic elements, name, acronym, short abstract. Then you add the partners. To do that, you need the participant identification code or PIC of each partner. Partners that have participated in any European Union program before may already have a PIC, and the system will help you to find it with a search functionality. If this is the first time you participate in an EU program, you need to create a PIC. You only need to know the legal name of the organization, the address, and a few more legal data to create the PIC, so it should not take you too long. However, if you have the intention to participate in the Digital Europe program, you do not need to wait for the submission time to obtain the PIC. You can already register your organization accessing the participants' registration in the portal. Then you arrive to the step where you upload your proposal. The proposal has two main parts. Part A, which is the administrative information, the proposal title, acronym, keywords, abstract, the information of participants, and very important, the budget and requested funding. You will fill up this information online. Once you have finished, it is possible to validate the contents of this part A. And second, the part B, which is a PDF document with the technical content addressing our criteria, which we will see more in details later on. This document is uploaded in the submission system. It may also be requested to upload additional annexes. If this is the case, it will be indicated in the call document, and the submission system will provide you with the buttons to upload any necessary annexes. Once the proposal is uploaded, you can submit it pushing the submission button. Please note that you have to do that before the deadline, which is normally fixed at 17:00 Brussels time on the deadline date. This is a hard deadline, so you cannot submit the proposal even 1 second after this time. You can submit your proposal as many times as you want. Any new submission erases the previous one, and we cannot recover any previous submission. So please note that we will always evaluate the latest submitted version of your proposal. Please also note that the system will not allow you to submit incomplete proposals, and it will warn you of possible errors for their correction. After submission, you will be able to deadline. It will be always better to have submitted a not totally final proposal than nothing at all. Let us have a look now to the content of your proposal form. As mentioned before, the part A is the administrative information. It will include general information, title, acronym, keywords, abstract, and declarations. One form for each participant with their contact information, and very important, the budget and requested funding. For the part B, you will be able to download a template from the submission system, which will guide you to prepare it. This part B includes a project summary, a section addressing each of our criteria, relevance, implementation, and impact, a work plan with the work packages, timing, deliverables, and any subcontracting. It may also include some declaration and annexes, as was mentioned before. Please note that this part B will be limited in the number of pages, normally 70, except for coordination and support actions, that will be 50. Please check if other page limits apply in the call document. Any excess of pages will be blanked out by the system so that the evaluators will not see them. And this leads us to explain how your proposal will be evaluated. We will evaluate the proposals with the assistance of independent experts. There are 5 main steps in the evaluation. First, your proposal is received and checked that it is admissible and eligible to proceed with the evaluation. Then, we send it to a limited number of evaluators, minimum 3, for individual evaluation. The evaluators will complete an individual evaluation report. The third step is that the evaluators who have read the proposal meet in a consensus group to agree on a consensus report. Then, all the evaluators who have participated in the evaluation of proposals addressing a specific budget will meet in a panel meeting to review the consensus reports to ensure that all proposals have been treated equally. From each consensus report, the panel will produce an evaluation summary report. Finally, the Commission will decide on the proposals to be funded based on the input by the experts. Proposals will be assessed based on 3 our criteria: relevance, implementation, and impact. In this way, it is ensured that proposals are evaluated against their relevance with respect to the work program, against their capacity to carry out the proposed work, and against the impact the project will have. The detailed description of the our criteria can be seen in the call document. In particular, in the relevance criterion, the following aspects will be evaluated: alignment with the objective and activities, contribution to long-term policy strategic objectives, reinforcement of the Union's digital supply chain, and resilience to financial obstacles. Please look in the call document how these 2 points, last point, the one referring to the supply chain and the point referring to the financial obstacles, are applied, depending on the topic. In the implementation criterion, the following aspects will be evaluated: maturity of the proposed action, soundness and efficiency of the implementation plan, capacity of the applicants or consortium to carry out the proposed work. These are the three criteria, the three aspects for this criterion. Finally, in the impact criterion, the following aspects will be evaluated: achievement of the expected outcomes and deliverables, as well as communication and dissemination, competitiveness, strength and contribution to society, and finally, environmental sustainability. Please also look in the call documents how this last point is applied for the different topics. In any case, to ensure which aspects are relevant for your topic, please always check with the call document. Evaluators will score each criterion from 0 to 5, with half points allowed. A minimum of 3 points must be obtained for each criterion. Otherwise, the proposal is considered below threshold and will not be funded. Additionally, the total score, that is, the addition of the 3 criteria, must be at least 10. The total score is the basis for the proposal ranking. In case of equal score, you will find in the call document the additional rules for ranking them. Please note that all 3 criteria will equally weight, so we advise you to devote your full attention to answer all 3 criteria when preparing your proposal. Proposal will also be checked on their compliance with ethical standards, especially referring to protection and privacy of data, and for the artificial intelligence systems that they comply with diversity, transparency, and responsible social impact, and human agency and oversight. Projects involving confidential information will also follow a security scrutiny process to ensure that they follow the specific security rules. Areas which may be security sensitive are cybersecurity and quantum technologies. Finally, let me call your attention to the need to have enough good quality evaluators. When choosing them, we need to have experts with enough expertise in all topics and also fulfill the different balances we try to achieve for each panel: nationality, newcomers, and experienced experts, gender. So you may consider the possibility to participate as evaluator in the program. It gives you an internal view of the process and can be useful for you in the future to prepare proposals. If you are interested, please go to the portal to the tab Work as an Expert and register in our database.
Well, we surely learned a lot from that, or at least I definitely did. We're back in the studio now to welcome our guest speakers, Francisco Guirao Moya, Head of Sector for Program Implementation, and his colleague Paloma Perez Moreno, Legal Officer in the same department. Thank you both for joining us today, and let's delve into it even more. Although obviously your presentation covered a lot of topics, I definitely have some more questions. Francisco, my first one goes to you. If I were thinking about writing a proposal, how can I know if my activities can be funded by the Digital Europe program?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I think I said in my presentation that to know if the work you want to do can be funded under the Digital Europe program is that you look at the 2 most important documents for that. That is the work program and the core document. In the work program, we extensively explain we'll explain when it's published what are the different areas we want to cover, and therefore, if you work in these areas and you would like to be funded by the Digital Europe program, you can apply for that. And then in the core document, we specifically explain the details of exactly what we will cover, and also the different opportunities you will have for applying and therefore get funded your work.
Thank you, Francisco. And Paloma, my next question goes to you. Who can apply to the Digital Europe program? If you can give us some details on how many partners can apply at the same time, from which countries they should be coming, if all EU27 can fit in this.
Okay, thank you very much and good afternoon. So regarding the eligibility, participant is eligible as long as it's a legal entity, and we understand as legal entity a public or private body or an international organization of European interest. On top of that, they have to also be established in an EU member state or an eligible non-EU member state. And for that, we refer, for example, to countries associated to the program. As for how many partners or how many participants can participate in a project, this will be defined in the call document. So the consortium, the type of consortium, and the number of participants will be included and will be detailed in the call document. And it might vary from one topic to the other. We can have one topic, for example, that requires 2 different legal entities, one of them being an SME, or they can impose 3 legal entities from 3 different member states, or they can even allow for participation of single beneficiaries. Regardless the configuration, so regardless if they are 2, 3, or 1, this eligibility criteria has to be followed. Otherwise, the proposal will be considered as ineligible. And again, as I mentioned, this will be detailed in the call document. So it's quite important to look into that one.
Make sure to make a note of that, everyone in the audience. And Francisco, going back to this hypothetical scenario in which I am applying for funding through Digital Europe program, which documents do I need to register my company and get my PIC?
Okay. First of all, if you have already participated in any European Union program, probably you have already registered, you already have your company registered in our database, and therefore the only thing you need to do is to find back what is your PIC, that is the identification number of your company, to apply for Digital Europe as any other European Union program. This, what we do to facilitate that you can apply easily in the Digital Europe program is when you go to the submission system, there is a search functionality, so you know, I mean, the name of your company and so on, you put it, search it, and then you easily find it, and then it will be no problem, nothing is to be applied because you have already registered. If it is the first time you apply for any European Union program, then yes, you need to generate a PIC. You need to register then your company, but at the beginning, the only thing you have to know is the basic facts, the basic information of your company, the legal address, the name, the legal name, and who is going to be the contact person. And then you register and you get automatically a PIC that is a provisional one. And only later on, when we have evaluated and you have been successful, and then we call you to sign a grant or to sign a contract with us, then at this time we will ask you to supply any legal document that they are necessary. So you don't need to worry about that now. It's later on when you will be, we will request that you will have time to prepare any document necessary. So it's nothing that you need to worry about now.
I see. Thank you very much. And I'm just thinking about the many times in my life when I've submitted an exam paper and realized afterwards that I made a huge mistake. In the case of the Digital Europe program, would I be able to edit my proposal after it's been submitted?
Yes, of course, you can do it. The idea is, in fact, that in the submission system, you can submit your proposal as many times as you want. You can submit your proposal, then you find something is wrong or you want to change it, you can do it. And in fact, what we encourage you is to submit your proposals well on time, well ahead of the deadline, because the only problem is that there is a deadline, a very hard deadline, and after that, then you cannot change anything else anymore. So that's why it's better to try to submit well ahead of on time. As I said in my presentation, even it's not fully complete, there is something missing, something you want to improve, but you submit it on time, and then you also learn the submission system. Any problem you may have, you can solve it ahead, and then later on you complete it, and you can submit and submit again until the deadline time. We will only evaluate and look at the last submission, but also beware that we cannot recover any previous submission. Okay, so we only will evaluate the last one. So also be sure that you don't send at the last moment a wrong one, because then of course this will be also a problem. But then what we always advise is really submit on time, submit very early, at least one day before the deadline, to be sure you know everything and not to have problems, because many times people have problems because they try to submit at the last second and they get nervous and then submit a wrong one, and then unluckily the proposals are rejected for these problems.
Okay, so practice makes perfect, and focus all your energy on the final draft of the proposal, essentially, is what I gather from you. And one more question for you, Francisco. What is the most important part of the proposal in terms of making sure that I receive this funding?
Well, in fact, as was also mentioned during the presentation, there are, let's say, three main parts of the proposal that they are evaluated. But then all the three weight the same. So don't try to over-concentrate only in one part. It's very often people look very much at the relevance. That is what they describe, what they want to do. They use a lot of time to create the consortium, and then later on to really say, okay, we are going to do that work, and they want to have clear ideas what they want to do, and so on. And then only at the last time they start preparing the organization of the project, the work packages, the deadlines, the deliverables, and so on, all the different steps for the organization of the project, and then even much at the latest time what will be the impact of this project, because they consider that as not so important. But then this you can have a surprise, because all the three parts are evaluated at the same time. They all weight at the same, and therefore you may have an excellent idea, even well organized, but then you just don't say what is the impact you're going to have. Maybe other proposal that you have prepared better, they will get funded, and your proposal will not be funded. Therefore, please concentrate in all parts. We provide a template where we ask all the different parts we want that they are included in the proposal. So try to complete everything, follow this template. This is a help. Of course, you are not obliged to do exactly like that, but it's always very helpful if you follow it, because then your proposal will be complete, and the evaluators will look really at the proposal of everything you need to get a good result.
Thank you. And actually, well, since we've been looking at this scenario in which I am applying for funding, what if I want to be part of the evaluation team? Is that possible? Could I become an evaluator?
Yes, and in fact, this was also said in the presentation. You go to the funding and tender portal. There is a tab that is, I think it's called being an evaluator or something like that. And then you go there, and then you can apply. And then, okay, it takes a little bit of time, because we will ask you, of course, some data about your personal data, and also your CV and your experience and so on. But in fact, for us, it's very important that many people apply, because then when we do evaluations, we try to get a balance on the different aspects of evaluators, like gender balance, geographical diversity, experience, skills, and also along the program, we would like to renovate the evaluators, so that it's not always evaluated by the same people. Therefore, it's very important that if people are interested, they apply as being an evaluator. And we also think that also for you is a good, because then you learn how this is done, and then later on, if you want to also build a proposal, you know how it's going to be evaluated, and you will make better, hopefully.
I see. So if I wanted to join your unit for program implementation, I could also take part in the evaluation process. That's very good to know. Thank you. And Paloma, another question for you. Are there any supporting documents or guidelines available? We heard a lot about what's available for people looking for information and resources. Where can we find them?
Well, the first place would be the Digital Europe Program webpage. And then, as Paco mentioned several times in the video and now in his presentation, there is also the Funding and Tenders portal. And there you will also find some links to, for example, the digital regulation or the digital model grant agreement, or you will find links to several templates that might be relevant for the call. Then you will also have different guidelines, general guidelines, like, for example, an online manual. And then you will have as well specific guidelines on ethics, security, or control. We will also have an IT help desk available and an email address to send questions related to this call.
Great. So it sounds like there's a lot of support for anyone. It's just, they just have to do it. Everything is there in place for them. Another question I can think of, just to sum up everything, what would be the 3 key, most important things that you would just give as an advice to someone who is embarking on this mission to get funding for their action through the Digital Europe program? What are the 3 most important things to focus on?
Well, I suppose in many cases what is most complicated is to find a consortium, to find the real skills you need to do the work you want to perform. This normally, the feedback we have is normally what takes longer to people to really get the right consortium with the right complementarity and the right skills there included. This is one of the things maybe that is the most important. And then, of course, when you write the proposal, is to be clear, to be complete, to explain well everything. Also, not too long, because although sometimes people tend to write too many things and then make evaluator a little bit lost in the evaluation. These maybe are the 2 main things. I don't know what can be the third. Maybe Paloma, do you have any idea what could be the third?
Not really, you are the expert here, so I think what you have mentioned is already quite relevant for whoever is planning to present a proposal to the Digital Europe program.
Thank you. And can you already tell us what kind of actions you expect to see, what the evaluators will expect to see, if it's going to be more on digital health or AI, or what do you think is the prevailing
Well, we hope everything will be fully covered. In fact, we don't know. It's a new program. In fact, when in other programs, we have been working many years in research programs, and in the research program, we normally know a little bit what are the areas that they are more popular, where we receive more proposals, and so on. Now, for digital, in fact, we don't know. It's still open. What we still hope that all areas will be well covered, that we'll have enough proposals with good quality to really support all the different areas. And we think that is a very attractive program, and we will always receive enough proposals in all the different areas.
So you mentioned it's a very attractive program. How would you sell the Digital Europe program to people looking for funding in just a few words?
Well, I think it's a good opportunity now for the people that, especially people that maybe have been working with us for many years in research programs. Now they have developed new technologies, new ideas, new things, and now they have the opportunity to really deploy, because of course that's also the difference from us. Normally up to now we have been more working in the research, but there is always this gap between the research and the technologies we develop, and then to really deploy in the market. And this is now the opportunity with a big funding, in many cases 50% or more. So it's a good opportunity for them to really deploy in the market all these technologies we have been developing in our programs.
Thank you very much. Paloma, any closing remarks from your side on this?
Not really. I think with all the sessions that we have had today, I hope that the Digital Europe program is clearer for the people that are looking for applying to any of the future calls.
Thank you both very, very much for this useful and practical information. I feel like I am super well equipped now to submit my very successful proposal for funding through the Digital Europe program, and that says a lot. Thanks again for joining us today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And with this, we conclude today's series of sessions on data, AI, cloud, digital health, and also advanced digital skills, all in the context of the Digital Europe program. We hope you have found all of this very interesting and useful, whether it was finding out more about the common European data spaces, how you can test AI technology in a real setting, or how to write your own successful proposal for funding through the Digital Europe program. This program aims to accelerate the economic recovery and the digital transformation of Europe for the benefit of citizens and businesses alike. And from what we've heard today, it seems the future is bright. As we are drawing towards the end of the Leading the Digital Decade event, I would like to thank you very, very much for joining the discussions and invite you to watch our closing ceremony, where you will hear from Tomas Kordas, Acting Deputy Director at DG Connect in the European Commission, Dragos Tudorake, Member of the European Parliament, and Wanda de Jesus, Executive Director of Portugal Digital. Stay tuned for their final remarks after a short break, and with that, it's goodbye from me with many, many thanks for joining us today for all of these sessions on the Leading the Digital Decade. Have a great rest of the day. Thank you.